Hello there, everyone. Hope everybody, I hope everybody's all right. And here we go. Everything looking okay. And here we are with a new live show again. Time just flies. It's just incredible. I can't believe it. And so and every page that I use is open. So we are ready to start this. Okay, got all my pages, Priam, and an hour for chasing the number stations, what I think are probably going to come in well. Propagation seems to be nice. K-index is at 1.4. Not bad at all. Solar flux 114. So, yeah, I think today's not going to be a bad day for radio. So here we go. Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard. This is the Saturday live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. This is a show about radio, mainly focused on shortwave radio, but not just shortwave radio. We have long wave, medium wave, shortwave, anything in a VHF, UHF range, scanner radios. If it's a radio, we talk about it. And so this is a show where we have a lot of fun together every week. Join in and just, do what we usually do solitary, but now we're a gang of geeks and we just hang around together, tuning the bands, chasing pirates, chasing number stations, looking at what's on the band. I'm going to tune a little bit more today on especially the 31-25 meter band. We're at that period. We're mid-August now. We're almost this is incredible. We're almost 2 months past the solstice. Days have definitely started to be shorter. Here, it's very noticeable. And also, we could see that the angle of the sun is changing. And so it's, the time flies. And so we're going to check out if some of the Asian signals might start to come in at this time of year, as we're getting, we're only a month away for fall in the northern hemisphere. That's not far away. So this is a time where there's a lot of changing in the propagation conditions, and it's noticeable on the bands. So we're going to check that out for sure. And that's going to be part of today's radio fun. We're going to talk a little bit about the fact that there's Shoyoung that has launched its LC100. It is official. And so I asked for one to review. I don't know if they're going to send me one or not. We'll cross our fingers, hopefully. And maybe I'll have a healthy 100 to talk about. At the price that it's going to sell in Canadian dollars, if I don't get one from them, I will not be purchasing one because it's too much money for a radio. But and since I have the LC90 and it actually works fine for me, I'll just stick with that. But we'll see what happens with all of that. There's a beautiful chat room, by the way, and my name is Gilles. By the way, I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. Sorry. And you can join in that chat room. People are just so super nice and are really, really a great gang of people that are very helpful and are just amazing. We have, I think, one of the best gangs of any groups, and I'm sure we are one of the best. And we also have a Facebook group. When all of this is over, you can go there and join and, check out what's people are listening to. It's quite active. People share what they're listening to and radios they have and all sorts of things that they're doing and questions, of course. This week I actually posted quite a lot about the harp. There's a harp activity this week, 3 days in a row. So I actually was tuning that. Couldn't hear much here in Montreal, but it was very, very good on the Anchorage, Alaska, and Fairbanks, Alaska Kiwi SDRs. You could really, really see the signals when they were actually starting and doing all sorts of weird patterns. It was kind of very interesting to check that out. And so, welcome aboard, everyone. Hope that you will enjoy today's show as usual. I have my beer, so I'm going to take a sip. Cheers, gang. And don't forget that if you enjoy my show, you enjoy what I do, please think about a donation. It is much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps. No idea how it's really, really something that keeps me going. You've been able to help me in compensating the low monetization on the YouTube channel. And this has been really, really nice. And I want to thank you guys for that. Super chat right here in the chat room. You can click that little dollar bill, go through the hoops and send a little something. And of course, through PayPal at this email address that I'm posting now for the pizza fund and cat treats for Paul and, food for Paul. So here's the PayPal. I've been looking at other options for because some people say PayPal is very kind of complicated for them, and there's not a lot of options for sending money to Canada because here things like Venmo and all of that, we don't have that. And the reason we don't have that is that in Canada we already have and had for the past 20 years an easy way of sending money to other people through our banks. So that's why these companies aren't setting up here, because we don't need a service like that. And of course, the banks here control everything. So all the regulations and everything, they really don't want to bother and start, meddling with the Canadian banks here that control everything. So it's a little complicated. So really, this is mostly what is the best way to send any amount of money. So thanks for your donations, guys. And I can also already say thank you to our friend Kevin in Florida, that from all the videos I see is having a lot of fun there. And also want to thank out of PayPal, Brian Leesner, thank you so much. Blogadai, thank you so much. Bob from Wick, thank you so much. And Eugene, thank you so much. And congratulations once again on getting your general license for amateur radio. Maybe at some point we can have a contact together. Who knows, on the bands. That would be fun. So thanks everyone for this. It is much appreciated. So Dave and Mary, nice to have you here. True beginner for Shortwave. Thank you for your channel. Well, thank you so much. And hope you learn even more. Welcome aboard. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. Bobby Burgess, MPRTVG, WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner is in Northeast Illinois. We have Free to Choose. Nice to have you on board. Bienvenue. The Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Nice to have you here. Free to choose as 15520 and 15500 as Radio Exterior de España. Let me tune that here on the, I've got my Texan H501X on the magnetic loop. And so 15500. Yeah, coming in well here. Coming in well here. Let's check it out on the Yesu. Yeah, you can see that big peak. 500, yeah. So a good signal from Spain on 15500, definitely. Paul Stringer, VE3105 SWL in St. Catharines, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. Hope you are well, my friend. For you choose as Radio Marti on 11930, 11860. Gabriel, nice to have you on board from Montevideo, Uruguay. And I guess you maybe saw my answer on the Facebook group, but I do have one of those QRM eliminators here and tried it for a little while. Ain't that great, and it's very finicky to set up right to work and to really like fiddle with the dials to eliminate some noise. I didn't find it to be a useful device personally. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado, and 80 Fahrenheit, 12% humidity. That's actually good because it's so dry that at that temperature you just feel perfect outside. Here in Montreal, we're at about 77 degrees, 76 degrees Fahrenheit. It's one of those, it's a cooler day today. It was cooler than that yesterday. It's one of those days that we kind of start thinking that, fall is actually getting here slowly, even though we still have a good stretch of summer left. So but it's perfect temperature for outdoor activities. Actually, this week I am thinking of going to Perry Island or maybe to the east at the Promenade Belle Rive for some radio. It's one of the two days that I've chosen, Tuesday or Thursday. Both look for now beautiful on the weather with no rain. And Thursday is a little cooler, but both days seem to be quite comfortable. So there's definitely going to be some radio videos at one of those places, and I'm actually going to try to bring a spool wire and do a little more this time around. Show you guys how I set up there. I think a lot of people might be interested in seeing, okay, how do you, set up? How do you hook all of that up to your portable radio? And just have fun. It's my little getaway where, I don't know, I just feel happy. Every time I go there, I post a picture on my Facebook, and I just say, heaven, this is my heaven. And it definitely is. And if propagation's good, actually, could be interesting. Now that we're shifting slowly our propagation, could be very interesting to see what we get out there at the same time. Still haven't decided what radios I'm going to bring. PL520 is going to be there in the mix for sure, but what else? I was thinking maybe the H501X, but I also was thinking bring the M-Lite 880 and play with that there. So that could be an interesting radio to bring along. Of course, I'll have my ICOM ICR30 because I like to listen to the digital stuff that I can hear on NXDN mode. So anyways, I have a choice of radio, so it's just which one I'm going to bring along. It'd be fun to bring the Texan the Texan S2200X, but it's such a huge radio, and since I go there using public transit, it's kind of a big radio to bring along. So I was thinking, though, that would be an easy one. I could do a walk in the park video someday this week and bring the S2200. That isn't far from here, so it'd be easy to bring it over there and tune around, see what's happening. So anyways, there will be a day with outdoor radio this week. That's for sure. I need it. I need to escape a little bit, and definitely will be having fun with radio there, for sure. So SWL Signals, nice to have you here from hot Florida, with a ETH index that goes to 103. That is hot. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado, 79 Fahrenheit. That's not too bad of a weather. And it's always, when it's comfortable, you feel like taking a radio outside and doing some radio listening. When I was a teenager with my newfound shortwave hobby, we had I had a Panasonic RF 2800, that big portable with their LED display, and my father had purchased that at a flea market, and I would take that outside and set it up and listen to shortwave even when it was cold. I remember, being in the fall where temperatures are kind of starting to get cold, very close to freezing, and still bringing the radio out and listening outside. All right, JDA Dakota, nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. And it's hot. David Ward, Texas, nice to have you on board. WA5253SWL. Megan says, last Saturday at 4 p.m., a wind gust blew a tree in my yard down on the power and telecom lines of the house. Was without power for 73 hours and no internet for over 90 hours. Wow, thank God for my radios. Yeah, at least he had something to fall on, because, I understand that. Here it happened, two years ago, we had a quick one-day high storm. I didn't have power here for about 24 hours, but the street on the other side, a tree fell on the wires at the corner of the street, and they didn't have power for 4 or 5 days. It's pretty incredible. So you never know. And even in a big city, people don't think about it, but even in a big city, you never know what could happen, especially here. Here, it's full of trees all around, and our power lines are all up on wooden poles. So, it's easy for a storm to arrive and a tree branch or something falls and you're done. At the corner street here, one of the branches fell on the power line of one house. And it was funny because the house next door, the neighbor, you could see an extension cord going all the way from the top window to the top window of the other house to give some power. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas. Brian Leisner's in Philadelphia. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Skidology, nice to have you here from Southern Ontario, Canada. Robert Varner, KC2TEL in New Jersey. Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you on board from a mild 21 Celsius Victoria, British Columbia. So says best to Paul the Cat. He's outside in a balcony in the backyard right now. He was inside the house, but he wanted to go outside. And I had to close the door because I have a wasp nest that's building inside my shed. And I was looking at it today, and it's like there's a constant in and out of wasps from one very thin opening. And I'm like, okay. So there's a little problem there. So I ain't opening the shed door for sure. I don't know how I'm going to deal with it, but it's either I'm going to do something, or I will do nothing and wait until it freezes over and gets real cold when they're all dead to open the shed door. But that might not happen before late October. So I don't know. I'm going to check it out. I was thinking a few things how I could deal with that. So we'll see. Usually I have to take really, I have to be very careful with that because I know that around the door of the metal shed, there are a few spots that they get in. And so in the spring, usually I notice there's one going in and out. So what I do is I put duct tape all around the door, and that actually works fine. And with duct tape, they can get in, and I'm fine for the summer. But this year, I didn't. I had so many things going that I just like. I saw one, at the beginning of the summer, like late spring, and I didn't do anything about it. And now they are building a nest. So, and I don't want to have, because Paul is there and they're kind of passing by close. I don't want to have one of the wasps sting Paul the cat. That wouldn't be fun. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board from Asagi Central, Georgia. Brian Leisner, 86 and humid in Philly. Mike B, let's see if we can get Joel as many thumbs up and likes for as there are viewers today. That's a tough one. That's a pretty tough one to get enough likes to match the number of people that are there. So Scott Van Kuren, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. Once again, helps tremendously in keeping this going. Brett Woolley, nice to have you here. Says hello to all ships at sea. And OK Outrider, coming to you from Northwest Oklahoma, where it's 102 degrees in the shade. Youch. Brian Leisner says Japanese music on WRMI. All the radios, nice to have you here. All the rain has shown up this week. Yeah, we had a lot of rain here. This week was very, very wet. Actually, in the last two weeks, I've been trying to get a day to go to Perry Island or something, and every single day there was always like a 30 or 40% chance of showers or thunderstorms. And indeed, it rained every day. So it's like I can't go there because I mean it's far from everything. So if I get into a thunderstorm, I'll be soaking wet and ain't fun. So I have to really make sure that it's not supposed to rain when I go. Usually I still bring along like a plastic bag or something. So what I do is I put my radios in a plastic bag. If by chance it would rain, my radios will be fine. I'll be the one that'd be wet. That's it. Keegan DX, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Happy birthday and congratulations on turning 30. You're old. You're not. Wait till you're 57. That's starting to get to you. So happy birthday, Keegan. 100 Fahrenheit in Bentonville, Arkansas. Matt, nice to have you on board MDK2 Radio. I'm currently at work, but we'll join in a couple of hours. No problem. Rob Carter, nice to have you on board from Texas. Keegan is listening on his new Bluetooth headset. Cool. Toast and Loaf from Alabama. Nice to have you here. VA3JPX. Nice to have you here. Ronald Medlin. Nice to have you here from New Zealand. Pretty cool. Kevin. Nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation. WS2H. In St. Pete, Florida. Just returned from a magical day on Anna Maria Island. Videos should be posted in a couple of hours. Water clarity was spectacular. Cool. Toast and Loaf, a gaggle of geeks. I like that. We are a gaggle of geeks. NDK2 says that it's just 63.3 Fahrenheit at the house. It's around 17.5 and getting rain. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Ontario, Canada. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. 90 degrees in South Daytona, Florida. No storms yet. And Craig says, I never get your email. I totally forgot to send you the email. I really need to take note of it and send you the email. If I do believe I have your email. So I'll be checking that out and sending you the email. No problem. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. David's Radio Room, art to do any radio listening here, thunderstorms every afternoon. Yeah, that's a tough one. Blagadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia. And thanks for your donation. We have Kenneth, KWLM61. Nice to have you on board from muggy and sunny Tucson, Arizona, 96 Fahrenheit. Jay Watterson, 69. Shout out to Paul the Cat. Yeah, still playing harp. I was hearing what? I think I was hearing something on 9996. Ricky, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Says great day to join live a bit today. Pretty cool. Nice to have you on board, Ricky. I started playing around with that mesh radio. Still getting the hang of it, and it's looking good. I'm gonna take more time when I really like. I'm gonna have a few hours. I'm gonna just like sit down and check it out really well, and look at the videos also. So it's nice to have you here. Ray Erding, nice to have you on board from Leeds, UK. We have okay, let me just go down. And we go. So okay. Trying to find a place where I was. There we go. Okay. Ray Erding says, are the LC190 and LC100 overpriced on the fence at the moment? LC100 with DAB, interesting. I don't think they're overpriced personally. And that is, you know, they do a lot of stuff. They are radios that are very complex. I personally don't think they are overpriced. I think they're reasonably priced because, I mean, you know, you're getting a smart radio plus a shortwave radio, AM, FM radio. You're getting a lot for, and that one is improved connectivity. I believe it has now the 5 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi. So it definitely, I think it definitely is priced correctly. Dave, nice to have you on board from Niagara, Ontario. Free to choose. Can you take donations through Interact? Yeah, you can send it to, if you send a donation, anybody in Canada that wants to do a Interact transfer, you just send the money to the email, the same email address that I'm posting here. Just send it there, and I'll get the money, and just put as the secret passphrase, just put as the answer shortwave. Just put shortwave for the answer, and so I'll be able to get the money from my email. So anybody in Canada, you can do an Interact transfer and send it to here. You can send it to any email that you know I have, and for the password, just put shortwave, and that will work for any Canadians that would like to send something. That works across Canada, and it's an easy, quick way to send money for Canadians. So, Rick Meyer says silence on 10 meters, FT8 yesterday and today so far. Haven't checked this afternoon. Skidology. The 10 meter band is going to slowly get better as we are getting into September. we're going to start to have really big and nice openings towards Europe, and that's going to be really nice. Starting like late September, pretty much throughout all of winter. And 10-meter band is usually very hot. Skidology 15500 is pretty weak here since I live in a noisy complex. Yeah. We have Dusseldorf. I'd like to try one of those here, even if it doesn't work well. David Ward, it's 99 Fahrenheit. Feels like 107. So that's hot. Gino, nice to have you on board in Kentucky, and thank you for the donation. I was wondering who was Eugene, so thank you, Gina. Paul, VT Radio, AA1SU, nice to have you on board, and calling CQ. And the NAQP on 7180. Just need your name and state. So let's see if I let me tune 7180. See what's out there. Gabriel, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. 7180. I have a lot of noise in the lower band, so it's a tough one for me, but we'll see. 7180. See if we hear anyone. Mad Macabre, nice to have you on board, Michael from Massachusetts. Free to choose. Yeah, well, here where I live, everything's up in the air. And it's not necessarily always a good idea also for you to choose. They were talking about other problems that arise from the lines being underground. Mainly one of them is all the equipment is almost constantly in water. And it makes it very difficult when something is to fix, to go down there and fix it. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Northern Germany. Logadai says supposedly you can send Venmo internationally if the receiver has a PayPal account linked to the phone number since March 2026. Here, I believe it doesn't work at all in Canada. It is a, and Venmo says it itself, that there's absolutely, if I put a phone number, anything, Venmo tells me, nope, ain't working in Canada. And I think it has to do a lot with our banking system. Our banking system is, controlled very tightly, and the banks don't want to have competition. So we're trying to keep that Interact transfer that we do here in Canada, that's what it's called, kind of to themselves. They want to keep the money. T-Bird, nice to have you on board from Western New York. Third Ferguson, nice to have you here. And says, I had to throw my M-Lite 880 in the trash. The external antenna jack broke because of a bad solder joint, and it's useless on the telescopic. Huh. And you just put an external antenna on it. It should work. Free to choose duct tape, the remedy for everything. Yeah, pretty much. Preventing wasps from getting inside a shed. It works. Tried and tested. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Pick up a can of wasp and hornet spray at your local hardware store. Wait until the evening hours when they're not very active. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'm going to check it out. Brian Leesner, the LC100 appears to be price justified. I just look at the specs. It ain't cheap that's for sure. TFCL, larger screen, Wi-Fi 6, more audio with bass, treble, software controlled, plus more metal parts. Yeah, it definitely, Shoyang doesn't do cheap stuff. You see that the engineer himself, he was writing when we were trying to fix the single sideband on the LC90, um, was telling me how he's very, for him, it's very important that everything is, high quality, beautiful, and so on. K61 says try aluminum tape. It lasts years if not damaged. I'll check that out. Old radios. Weather is rainy, steamy, and gross. Got to mow the grass, but the wet grass stops the mower. Oh, yeah. And if it's steamy, it's disgusting. I mowed the lawn, what was it, last week? I think it's last week. And it was one of those muggy days. Oh, God, I wanted to die. Yeah, Ricky, definitely. Anybody in Canada, Interagi Transfer, you just send, just create the info in your bank account and just put my email. And, any email that I use, it doesn't matter the email. It works with any email. And, I mean, you can send through that instead of sending through PayPal or, any other way. And it's a really quick, very quick option. Man Macabre says, I grew up in Rhode Island. Re-earning thank you, Joe, and others for price confirm. Yeah, no, for the radio, for what it is, I think it's, it is expensive, but it definitely is priced right. For when I look at it personally. It's going to see if they fixed all the, some people are having problems with different things. Mine works fine here. I got the Mini and the LC90, and I mean, they connect well to my network. They work great on shortwave. Not the best, but decent enough that it's a good shortwave. And I use mine quite regularly to switch between shortwave and streaming something on the internet. So I'm kind of anxious to see if I'll get a positive response from them about getting one to test out. So I'm just looking in case there would be an answer, but it's a weekend. I won't get an answer before Monday. I would really, really like to have one if they could send me one. Brian Leesner, grocery duty coming shortly, along with a full doggy freakout. I have a crazy, crazy dog that literally barks in his sleep. Shetland sheepdog. Barks in his sleep. He's probably dreaming of chasing animals or something, and makes him bark. That's kind of fun. That's funny. Oh, I'll have to show you something, Skittleology. I got Skittles in my face here. There are Skittles at the dollar store, a bag of Skittles, the snack size. And so I thought, hey, I haven't had Skittles in a long time. So I bought the bag. But I don't buy them very often because I can't stop eating them. No problem, Keegan. What else do we have? Brian, and fix the M line. Don't chuck it in the bin. Yeah. I mean, external antenna works. You can still have some radio. TV, DXer, nice to have you on board. Bienvenue, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Trustin, good afternoon, everyone. I came across a wasp nest near my front door this week. I got a sting on the lip for my trouble. Wasn't much fun. The nest is gone now. Yeah. And I don't like killing them because usually the reason I put the duct tape in the first place is just to tell them, not here. You know, do it somewhere else. But this year it's day one, and it's obvious that there's a nest because I see them coming in and out. They're very small right now because it's all starting, but I don't want to have too many of those. Ray, I think another concern with the LC90, LC100 is, I guess, the internet. The LC90, it's interesting because some people had problems with connectivity. A lot of people were having a hard time connecting to network. A lot of people are even couldn't connect at all. I don't have that issue here. It connects perfectly all the time. Connectivity is a complex thing. I think the LC90 should have had already the capability for 5 gigahertz and for the WPA too. Maybe that would have helped it. But the LC100 will have all of that, so it should technically connect well. Mike WX50, I'm back. Had to shower after playing with dog at my girlfriend's house. So here we go. Just go here. Okay. What else do we have? Keegan is back. And okay. Mid, yeah. Brian Lee's new dog is freaking. My wife is here. He knows our car. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from sunny Seattle. Ray Erdink, oops, pressed enter. The internet radio side of the LC90 may be a concern too for UK. I did use Radio Garden app, but can only click on UK stations now due to copyright stuff. Huh. Because I don't know exactly what the problem would be in terms of, because the LC90, technically it should be able to connect pretty much everywhere. There are streams that are like here too, I mean, like there's a lot of stations in the US that just don't want you to listen to them if you're in Canada. And of course that doesn't work even on the LC90. But I don't know. I think you should I think it shouldn't be different from maybe an app on your phone, because it could be your carrier that's doing the blocking with the app on the phone, but it might not block something like the LC90, which has its own aggregator. So that's a good question. I don't know. Kevin, do you think rocket launches from Cape Canaveral are encrypted? I really want to maybe make a weekend trip and view a SpaceX or NASA launch. There might be some, but I've seen a streamer. There's a website that was streaming, and when there are some launches, I noticed that there's a lot of open communications on the radio coming out of there, and a lot of it is not encrypted necessarily, but digital. So you would need to have something that can connect to their digital format, and like one of those Uniden scanners that actually can receive all the digital signals. But from what I gather, there's a lot of open comms that you should check out. I don't know where, maybe with radioreference.com, Kevin. It's a pretty good reference of for frequencies when you're searching for something. They might have frequencies for their radio reference. I used it a lot when I was searching for some frequencies for different areas around here. It's surprising the amount of information that radio reference has. So here, and if sometimes you might need to be a subscriber, a premium subscriber to get some stuff. What you could do, and that's what I did all the time, I'd get like 3 months premium subscriber, and for 3 months I could take everything I want, and then I'd get out and have all the frequencies that I need. So here's the website, Radio Reference. Search for Cape Canaveral and any areas you're going, and check out what they have as frequencies here. There's a lot of people updating that the lists regularly. Man, Macabre, could it be Chinese QC issues on the LC90? I suspect it's not quality control. I suspect that the chipset they're using in the LC90 might be a chipset that has a hard time connecting to, depending on how you're set up. Like I said, my LC90 connects well, but some people have a lot of problems with connections or dropped connections. My tech guy side tells me it's more of the chipset they're using in this LC90. It might have a hard time with certain types of connections. Ricky, have fun with Meshcore Radio. Once you're all connected to the Montreal Mesh, I wonder if you'll recognize some of the hams on there. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I'm not much. The thing is, I'm not much about local ham stuff. So I don't know many people. I know some people from, just listening to them all the time at a certain point, and I know that they're still doing some ham radio. But I'm pretty much ignorant in, who is who in the Montreal area ham radio in general. But it'll be interesting. I'm going to continue playing with that for sure. Thanks again for that nice gift. Skidology, I'm outside and channel marker D doesn't seem to be coming in at all, so I don't know if I'll be able to get the spy number stations this time. Well, they are on lower frequencies, so I'm already going to put the first one. So if you want to try it out, the first in 6 minutes time, 12189, 12189 CW, or 12188 upper sideband. And I'm going to tune. I got this weird interference there. So we'll see if we hear 12189 in 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes time. So we'll see. Brian Leesner just picked up an LC100 with a Wi-Fi 6. I should not have issues. It definitely should be much better at connections. Much better at connections on Wi-Fi 6, that definitely. Jasmine, I've taken inspiration from spine number stations and created a one-time pad meshcore app for the LilyGo T-Deck, which sends encrypted messages on channels using 5 number groups or hexadecimal. That's very geeky. Do you know how geeky you are? When I was following my electronics course, one of my fun things to do was to manually translate hexadecimal into decimal or all sorts of things like that. And I was like, that can't be more geeky than that. Trustin, it's their own database. Trustin, Shoyang has its own database. There are 2 spots where the database exists. One is in China and one is in California. So when here in North America we connect to the internet radio, the database they have is the one in California. And it is them that maintains it, not a third party. So as long as they're in business and they sell those radios, they will, continue to work. And yeah, I know I have CNG and WFR20 that became a brick because of that. The database closed down. Like WX50, I subscribed to Radio Reference for a while to listen to online broadcasts, but everything went digital here. Kevin, thanks for reminding me about... oops. Okay, thanks for reminding me about... I just lost the Radio Reference. I used them to update my unit in 536 about 4 years ago. Yeah. Free to choose. What was that book Radio Shack was selling back in the days that listed all frequencies for folks who use scanners? Yeah. There was that database book. There was the Aritech scanner book or something like that. But I remember I had those books. There was one made here in Quebec, and a guy would do a drawing. If you would send in frequencies to add to his book, he would do a drawing of, I think it was 5 people that he would send a free book. And I sent in frequencies every year, and I won a book every year, which told me he ain't selling a lot of books. Or there's not a lot of people sending in any frequencies. So, and he stopped. I think the book lasted 3 or 4 years, and then, I thought, I was sure it wouldn't last long. Just by seeing that, okay, I win a book every year, and that thing is not going to last long. But, yeah. And there was the Bill Cheeks modification books, where you could get the modifications for scanner radios and apply them so that you can hear cell phone frequencies or cordless phone or all sorts of things. Those books were great also, and it was a lot of fun. Mark, nice to have you on board. So we have a little less. We have about a little more than 1 minute before we get the spy number station on 12189. This is going to be a indication of propagation conditions for sure. Atari 6200, nice to have you on board. So we'll be checking that out. Oh yeah, don't worry, Jasmine. I know we understand how geeky we are. We understand how geeky we are. So I absolutely have no doubt that you know how geeky you are. Got this really annoying noise there. So, will it be there? It's gonna be interesting. Kevin, yeah, very strong too. Kevin, mesh is the principle like an Apple AirTag. You're using other mesh radios like a daisy chain repeater. If so, I guess coverage would be better in saturated mesh network. Man Macabre, nah, you're not doomed. You don't need Matt. You're not doomed with the hobby. Dan Vital, nice to have you here. Which app is the best for iPhone to track which radio stations are on in your area? There's one from Black Cat Systems. I think it's called Shortwave Schedules. That isn't bad. You could check that. Just put Shortwave Schedules, and I know you're looking for the best. I know that the one from pretty much all the apps from Black Cat Systems are pretty good. The ones for decoding digital modes and stuff like that. So the schedule app is good. So yeah, Kevin Mesh, there's repeaters, and you hop between one and the other, and sometimes it can make really big distances. Jasmine, it's also is super secure since the one-time pad is still unbreakable unless someone has the pad. So using it on an already encrypted network like MeshCore is super secure. Yeah, makes it difficult. This is good in the age of AI, where AI could become extremely powerful at breaking secret codes. If you have an encrypted network with an encrypted signal on the encrypted network, it's like a double encryption, basically. It's like you just increase the security by, a million. It makes it even better. Mike WX50 representing geekdom and in the best way. Different Gear TV, I didn't realize that buying internet radios was that risky, only as good as the manufacturer's database. Yep. And I got burnt with the CNG WFR20, which was not a cheap device. It was an expensive radio, internet radio. And they shut down the receiver database, and the radio became an audio speaker, a Bluetooth speaker. Let's say that it became a Bluetooth speaker. Yeah, Police Call was one of them. Brian Penny and SWL Signals. There was the Police Call one. I mean, here in Canada, we had a different one. We had one from a because police call, big problem of police call. It was not very good for Canada. It was really focused on the United States. But we had one here, and I'm pretty sure the name is the Harutech. Let me search for it. I'm pretty sure that's the name. So it was the Harutech. Let me just go here. Harutech scanner book. Yeah. There was, yeah, we had a book here, the Harutech scanner book, Quebec. There was a Quebec Atlantic Canada edition. And there was an Ontario edition. Those were the best for us here. That was the one that was sold at Radio Shack, the Harutech scanner book. Yeah, those were the ones. So that was what was sold here in Canada at the Radio Shacks. Because, like I said, the police call books weren't very good for Canada, for Canadian provinces. Brian listener, both of my St. Jean internet radios moved from Frontier to Arable. One is a receiver only, like a Wi-Fi component. The WFT1 still 100% functional. Brian listener, I have too many radios. Do I have a problem? No, not at all. Look at ICW. Tristan, thank you so much for the donation and much appreciated. Brian Leisner, CW, nice and strong. Faint in Texas, says David. Gabriel, St. Petersburg, coming strong into Uruguay. Skidology, CW is kind of weak here. Lagadai, CW on 12188 upper sideband on the RRD 239S via W2 repeater. And my wire under the porch antenna. You'll have to make a list of all those abbreviations, Blagadai, so we can refer to, oh, wire under the porch, all right. Blagadai used the black shortwave sketch on iPhone. So, yeah. Dan Vital, no problem. Old radio is geeky. I bought 3 manual antique typewriters for the past 2 days. And there we go. The first message is done for now. We have another one coming up in 13 minutes. Jasmine, Jill, I didn't even tell you how geeky the way I come up with the pads. I use a cosmic ray detector. I built called a cosmic watch as my entropy source. That's truly geek maxing. Well, you know, my one-time pad is based on the precise atomic signature of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. That's why it makes it difficult to actually get the message. It pretty much sounds like that. Yeah, long messages are back to us enough. They were there also last week. Kevin, I have to look into mesh, so I am off base on the user's radio. Off base on the user's radio is a repeater. There's specific repeaters that are used. It's not like a tag where you tag to somebody else that's close. It's really, there are repeaters set up in different areas, just like amateur radio repeaters. And you can, when propagation is crazy, you know, like the one I have works on 900 megahertz. And when propagation is like, very weird, or there's some kind of tropoducting, sometimes you can, I think Ricky was telling me that when he was here in Montreal, he was able to actually reach all the way to Toronto with the mesh. And because of, very unique propagation conditions that happened. So, Jasmine, I love that one of the oldest encryption methods is actually AI and quantum computing proof. Didn't I read yesterday that they found a new state of quantum physics that they didn't know existed? There's something new about it. And which is pretty fascinating. Lagadai, the limitation of the one-time pad is that you have to somehow give the receiver the content of the pad. Yeah, you need to find a way for that person to have a pad, to have the message, the content of the pad. So that is the definite complexity here. Ray Erding says good signal on 12189 in Leeds, UK, using Kiwi SDR, and 2 and MLA 30 on the East Coast. Tosselov had the Shortwave Radio Shack book, but not the scanner one. Kevin says fascinating. Thanks, Jasmine and Brian Leisner. Hey, Craig Martinetti. Ray says, sorry, I'm in my caravan, not in Leeds at the moment. Having a moment while typing. Blagadai, I took down my WOW antenna, wire out the window. So the only other one is the whoop antenna, the wire up tree. No, the wire under porch. You mean the wire under the porch. You even messed up on your own abbreviations. So we got the WUP, the WUT, and the WOW antenna. So we got 3 now. Arizona Dakota, I still have the Ocean Digital WR210N internet radio I bought a few years back. So it works great, minus a few stations it doesn't pick up. Yeah, I used my my Sangean WFR20 as because it has extremely beautiful sound, as a general Bluetooth speaker, and just stream from my phone. So I resumed it well, says Jasmine. And PRTVG, Bobby Burgess, send the coded message on Messenger. Do I have my phone here? Yeah. Here we go. So Bobby sent the full decoded message. And here we go. Check that out. Yeah, look at that. So our friend Bobby here has decoded the 5 groups. And it is believed that these are not, because with Russia you could have Cyrillic characters. It is believed that they are using regular characters that we all use. So anything else? I'll just go down. Kevin, Jill, we are all in the Matrix. Yeah. Definitely. Emil Johnson, nice to have you on board. Ricky says on Meshcore, individual nodes can also talk to each other with direct messaging on public channels and private groups, chats. Anyone can within range can also receive without repeaters, but user nodes don't relay. Ryan Leaser, you send the pad through U.S. Postal Service. James Farley, nice to have you on board. When are you going to try out that QRM eliminator box? Well, I already tried it once, and I know I should make videos of it, so show you guys. I'm going to dig it out of that hole over there, and maybe one of the best ways to try it would be to put a temporary antenna up in the front here, and put the box and play with that. Well, you know, free to choose. AI can be very powerful, but it still will need the time required to, you know, decrypt all of it. You don't have the one-time pad. You have to randomly create one-time pads. And that is if you know what the one-time pad, how it's constructed. But yeah, and I mean, look at the World War II Enigma machines from the Germans. We didn't really get anything until we accidentally came across anyone came across one of those machines and then could understand how they worked. It was very difficult. So, but yeah, I mean, any powerful device can eventually break through and find what a message is. The question of a number station with a one-time pad is how fast can you decode so that the information is still useful? Because that's what you want, is the information still useful. 13475 in 3 minutes. 13475 CW. 13474 upper sideband. This is where we're going now. Dan says, I would love watching your review of the Malahide DSP2, amazing portable radio. Yeah, it's just that in Canadian dollars, it's too expensive. I've kind of relaxed the buying radio stuff because the Canadian dollar makes it extremely expensive to buy radios here. MPRT, Bobby Burgess, Ricky, yeah, okay. Well, I'll, you know what I'll do, Bobby, when the show's over later, or I'll send you the links to the videos and all of that works. I have all the videos and all the stuff that I've actually got from Ricky and Jasmine, and you'll have all the details in that. Ricky, that tropospheric ducting was wild. There was one day where I could actually talk to folks in Ottawa, Gatineau for really distant stuff. It was mainly receiving IDs. Oh, the WoW is gone now. Blogadai. Oh yeah, it broke off. Something, no, wire out the window. That was a wire in the tree that broke off. Okay. Radical Squadron, WAF signal was a strong narrowband. Yeah, back in 77. I remember reading a really, really good article in Sky and Telescope about it. I've actually resubscribed. I had stopped my subscription to Sky and Telescope for a while. And I think it was last week or the week before. I thought, hey, I miss reading my Sky and Telescope on my tablet. And I actually subscribed for a year. Kevin says, crazy how much we think we can manipulate the basic laws of physics. I was reading a book from physicist Leonard Susskind. Oh, here we go. And why we can never reach Mars and return, yet NASA and Musk say we can. I think the idea here is a going to Mars and coming back is out of the question now, but it's not impossible. I don't think it's impossible. But the problem is you've got to send people to Mars and have them, you know, just like maybe like the moon landing. You keep something orbiting above Mars that is still has enough fuel to come back. And that's the main problem coming back, is because going to the moon is close. Going to Mars is much further away. And the amount of energy you need to actually push that spaceship back towards the Earth is so much bigger that we would have to leave Earth with an amazing amount of fuel that would weigh, you know, hundreds and hundreds of tons just to keep it while we're going up to there, so we have enough to come back. So that's the big problem. I don't think it's impossible, but I think, you know, not today with what we are doing. I think we're still not there. We are capable of probably sending people there, but not bringing them back for now. And, you know, there will be new ways of, you know, that will be invented of propulsion. So someday it might be something quite easy to do. Radio's got a $1 jazz records. Yay. Ricky Abdi, QRM Eliminator 2. If you happen to get all of the settings just right, it's amazing. It's just quite a bit of work to get there, and you may have to adjust when changing frequencies. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with that thing, is that you have to adjust all the time, and you have to fiddle really a lot to try to get something right. And that's what makes it painful to use. It's good if you're tuning one frequency and want to listen to one thing. It's forget it if you want to tune around everywhere. Well, at least there I have my Sangean WFR32 hooked up to one of those mini amps and Polk Audio bookshelf speakers. Sounds incredible. All my CDs are ripped and on a media server, so that's good. Well, I don't think it's illegal to have a one-time pad. You're allowed to, you know, in everyday life, if you want to decide to, if you decide that, you know, you want to do something secret, it's your thing. JJ Ando, Enigma machine just sounds like some weird German stuff. It was the German, that's what the machines were called, the German machines that were encrypting communications during the World War II. And by chance, when they sank a German, was it when they sank a boat? They usually what they would do, the Germans would throw overboard the Enigma machines so that nobody can find them. But one of the boats that they actually were able to shoot down, the Enigma machines had been kept on board, and the decoding wheels too. So that actually was what helped, the Allies to understand and learn how it works and to understand the decoded messages. Brian Leesner, they are playing HF Plus going at the same time. Have you seen Brian Leesner? There's a new SDR Connect, by the way, if you use that software also. Brian Leesner's hearing CW. Bebopper, nice to have you here. Says 13475, heard in Oklahoma. David Ward, stronger than the last one. Yeah, it is stronger here too. Skidology 13745, pretty strong outside. Brian Leesner, this much stronger than the last one. Yep. James Farley, what is the strangest thing you ever clipped a radio to? For me, it was a railroad track. I clipped my radio to pretty much anything metal. So a fence, outdoor, a metal rail around a balcony, a metal barrel full of water that was in the backyard when I was young. Pretty much the little metal thing for those that had back in the day the old rotary phones, what you would call the stopper where it like you would go with a number. There's a little metal stopper. I remember, especially with a crystal radio, when I would hook up to that little metal stopper on that rotary phone, boy, did the crystal radio really, really work well. I would hear a lot of stations with that. I remember. Emil Jensen, maybe a nuclear reactor in a spacecraft can do the job somehow. Yeah, but we would have to have some kind of nuclear propulsion for that. We would have to have some kind of, I don't know. Eventually they'll figure it out. Ray says 13475 and East Coast UK coming in well. Jasmine says that is why a Mars mission will likely use a nuclear propelled ship, which is why NASA restarted its nuclear propulsion program. Yeah, they'll need something like that because bringing thousands and thousands of tons of fuel with you is really inefficient. I mean, just the amount of energy you will use just to get to Mars because you have all that extra mass is crazy. So they will have to have something like that. A nuclear propulsion system of some sort will be the only way. JJ Endo, I hear nothing. Kevin, is so difficult on a radiation exposure and the deterioration of human anatomy. That is why I think robots are on the fast track. One thing that I thought of is we might get to a point where our robots are just so sophisticated that we will just say, you know what, why send humans there when we can send robots that are going to do the job? and are going to do it exactly or as well, if not more, because the robots can have sensors, can have all sorts of things that, built in. And we might just end up in 50 years saying, okay, we'll send the robots to Mars and the robots will walk on Mars. And just like we're doing right now, we do have these, they're kind of small robots, these spaceships, these um, roamers that are going through, rolling on Mars. But we could have more sophisticated stuff at some point and find that, well, why risk human lives? At the same time, it'd be a really, really important step for humankind to go out far away, because Earth is not eternal. At some point, we'll have to get out of here. At some point, we'll have to get out of here. And we will need to master space travel, like in the science fiction movies we see. We'll have to have big spaceships like in Alien, that will have tons of people on them, that you're going somewhere, because we'll have to get out of here someday, and maybe sooner than we think. Also, SB5MJB. It was Enigma. Yep. Lagadai says, I saw an Enigma in a museum in Norway. That's cool. Kevin, oh yeah, Kevin, she is the queen of mesh and all of, she's out there. She's really, really knowledgeable, I can tell you that. And of science and all sorts of things. The H1AO captain's notice were triple coded. But at least they're new SDR software. If it's on GitHub, I'll build it. Yeah, SDR Connect for the SDR Play devices, which has a Linux version. Brian Penny, there's an Enigma machine at the Chatham Marconi Maritime Center here in Chatham, Massachusetts. Oh, that's cool. If I ever go that way, I need to go and check that out. Dusseldorf, I hear 13475, but it's weak on my radio here. Free to choose. All the boats that Nazis sank are resurfacing now because of the Danube and the Rhine that are going dry. A lot of work for the team charged with deactivating old World War II bombs. Yeah, I was seeing that, all the stuff that's coming up. And not just that, they're finding like fossils and all sorts of, it's just like, wow, okay. Things it's like, imagine for an instant, free to choose, that we would dry up the St. Lawrence River from, the Great Lakes all the way up to or even just a short, like from Montreal to Quebec City. You dry it out and see what's. We would be surprised to see all the junk that's in there. I can tell you, there must be tons of cars that they've put in there, not counting all the dead bodies. There must be tons of things we don't know about there. Yep, they are the size of SUVs. I know. We'll see what comes forward. But someday we'll have to, we also will have to master space travel well enough to get out, because someday we'll have to get out. Radical Squadron this month, August 30th, will mark the launch of the Roman Space Telescope. It will add to the L3 mark. JJ Endo, nothing inspirational about robots landing on anything. Well, the data we get from them is important. I understand that we want to see a human being, but until we master it enough that we can send them with a minimum amount of risk, I think we'll still have a long way of robots before any humans step on Mars. I still remember when I don't remember which was the rover that they had put like in big, huge airbags, and it actually bounced off the surface for a while before the airbags just opened up and the rover got out. And I remember that was live. I remember watching that live. I think it was on YouTube Live, and just being so excited. And that moment you're waiting, we're all waiting for, did it survive? Are we going to get a, hey, I'm here and I'm okay? And you're just all waiting, and it's like, it's nerve-wracking. It's like, did it work? Did it not work? Man, that was so cool. JJ Endo says, robots making me immortal sounds horrifying. Good. I'll be here forever in robot form doing live shows. 14643 is the next one. 14643. Oops. So we're going to put that here. 14643. CW 14642 upper sideband is the next one in 4 minutes time. Kevin says being a geek is a good thing. There is always something new to learn and discover. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kev Michael, we should be on Mars now. We are 100 years back. That, when I'm happy we're going back to the moon, but personally, my impression is why, we did it. Why didn't it just evolve from there and, we would be somewhere else right now? But there's a lot of complex issues in here. One of the main ones being money. There's so much money that anybody can spend on something. Any country can spend on something. And we all know that politics decide where the money goes. And a lot of the politics comes from the voters. So if you're in the, I don't care about going to Mars, and why are we spending billions of dollars? And that will influence a vote. Then, that money goes somewhere else suddenly. So it's a very complex situation, and it's sad because science should not be a dollar amount. Because yes, it costs a lot of money to develop science, to develop all sorts of new technologies. we have no choice. We have to spend those hundreds of billions of dollars to do stuff. But we're not, because of all sorts of things. And it's slowing us down, and slowing us down a lot. And politics is slowing everything down a lot. So, okay, we're going back to the moon. It's exciting. I mean, I'm going to be watching the day that they set foot on the moon. But I will be also thinking, we went in 1969 to 1972-ish. We should be setting foot on Mars now. 50 years later, it's Mars we should be, not back to the moon. Radical Squadron, Mars Pathfinder, yeah. Jasmine, as of 2026, 10 robotic spacecraft have achieved successful function soft landings on the surface of Mars, spanning missions. Here we go. United States, Soviet Union, and China. I believe I read somewhere that the Soviet Union, Russia Space Agency is preparing a mission to land again on Venus. I don't know if it's fake news, but I thought this was kind of cool. I mean, Venus is intriguing. I mean, just those Venera spacecraft that kind of lived there for like 90 minutes to 2 hours, taking pictures in a crushing atmosphere with sulfuric acid falling down and temperatures that are just, hellish. It's like, this is nuts. And I mean, they're the only ones that actually achieved that. Man, that is a good achievement also. We got to give them that. Keegan, sounds like something from Futurama with the bots. Yeah, a robot parade. JJ, I remember my 3rd grade teacher in 1993 telling the class, soon we will be taking vacations on Mars. Cool story. Ray Erding, Soylent Green. It's people meat, made by people like you. Right? Kev Michael recently got a new classic radio TV combo, AM, FM, VHF, UHF, Emerson PC6 from the 1980s. Cool. Trustin, I think the moon should come before Mars. Whether or not we need to know closer to home. Developing the moon would see a fast return on the investment that could benefit Earth. The problem is that the science can never be, like I said, never be really put in a dollar amount. Blacked Eye, CW, Brian, CW, David, CW. Blacked Eye, strong signal, really strong. Jasmine says NASA's budget isn't even 1% of the US federal budget compared to 47% which goes to defense. Yep. Imagine if that 47% of defense would go to NASA. Man, we would have colonized the whole solar system by now. Blacked Eye, 50 dB, wow. Jasmine says, that makes sense since Russia has been very successful landing things on Venus while the US failed. And the US has been very successful landing things on Mars, but Russia, post-Soviet Union, has failed. Yep. Kevin says, Neil deGrasse Tyson makes a good case that politics and nation superiority fueled space race. Imagine how much further along we would be without the military-industrial complex. Yeah. Apparently we need to take off from the moon to go to Mars. They want to have a station on the moon for vehicles that are fueled with stuff that would be too dangerous to produce on Earth. Yeah, it's also, I guess, it's like if you're getting away, going to Mars from the moon, also it takes less energy than if you're doing it from all the way to down down here on Earth, basically. Gabriel was weaker of the three in Uruguay. Jasmine, yep, would be living a real life expanse with that kind of budget. Yep. WX50, great show. JJ again, nothing. PL3 660, WMLA 30. Sucks. Sorry, man. Geology 13640 is coming in pretty strong outside at our parking lot. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like space exploration, and space has always been one of the basics of my curiosity from way young when I got my first library card. I think the first book I took out of that library was a astronomy book with which was just so amazing. We had an encyclopedia at home, and you know, we don't buy encyclopedias every year at that time because it costs a fortune, and there's like big books, and you put that in your living room, and of course it gets outdated. But I would still, I mean, we're 1980. The encyclopedia was from like 1970. I would still get out the books and read everything that was related to the planets, to astronomy, in those books, even though the info was old. It was still interesting, and I still found it cool to read about it. And then, of course, with my library card, oh man, all the great new books about astronomy was just great. Yeah, mesh core repeater on the moon. That'll happen someday, I'm sure. So, you know. Radical Squadron, I would love to see what Venera 13 looks like. James Farley, I really wish Texan would figure out a way to fix the AGC problem on sideband on their radios. Yeah, well, not all models are bad. The S2200X is better than most of the Texans. But when it's strong, definitely there's a big punch. And it is a little tiresome to listen to. Kevin Michael, 14643 CW on the Panasonic. Blogadai is getting the CW on his PL660 just with the whip antenna. The H1AO was 7 when I watched Apollo 11 on a black and white TV. Yeah, pretty long message. Jasmine says, if you can get to a really nearby dark sky location frequently, you should consider one of the newer go-to. Yeah, my nephew, one of my nephews has one of those. And we did some observing a few times. They're really cool. This is a lot of fun because when I did, you know, I had my 6-inch telescope, my 6-inch refractor telescope back in the 80s. But there was not, all those gadgets really weren't, you know, there. So it's like it was all manual, just point your scope to the north, you know, to the North Star. And then you will, okay, enter, you know, like go and watch the dials, and so I'll go here and there and that to watch something. And, you know, I didn't have a drive motor that would follow with, so it was dreadfully complex to watch anything. But I still had a lot of fun. Honestly. But yeah, those go-to telescopes today, oh, wow. I know. My nephew has one. It's, wow, just amazing. I wish I had that when I was young. James Farley, do you find that the AM200 doesn't really work really well with digital radios, more effective with old analog radios? It works well depending on what radio you're using. And it's not a question of digital radios versus analog. It's a question of, first of all, a lot of radios today, like, say, a thing like this, does not have a ferrite loop inside it. So that means you can't really work it unless you plug it into the external antenna jack. And this is where it works really well. So if you have a digital radio that doesn't work, but it has it can use the external antenna jack for AM, put a wire between the antenna, the AN200, and the radio. You'll see it works really, really well. But there are radios, even analog radios, that hate the AN200. Over the years, I've actually played with the AN200, and there were a few analogs that I had where it just didn't work well. The coupling was not working. There is something weird with it. So it really depends on what radio you're using. That's definitely. Michael saw the moon landing in '69 when I was 7. Geology, I have an older analog radio. Yeah, the FR200. I got one of those here in red color. So, hey guys, I have to do my tech duties. Why did I say tech duties? I have to do my caregiving duties. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll also bring a new beer, and we're going to continue listening to the radio. Until now, I will leave you to the soothing sounds of Spain on 15500.
Pues nada, es simplemente comentar que me parece muy positivo la elección de Guridi y también de Robbie Uriel, que después de la marcha de Acorada, que deja un hueco pues difícil de suplir, pues a los minutos que ha estado sobre el campo, pues ha intentado asociarse, sobre todo pues buscar a sus compañeros, y de hecho pues ha sido el artífice del penalti. Me ha gustado también el Rayo Vallecano, como ha comentado Lucas, pues quizás la actuación de Burgos Bengochea ha sido complicada, pero considero que ha tenido fiesta. Hoy el árbitro aquí en Sevilla ha tenido que tomar muchas decisiones complicadas y como sabemos, pues la alegría siempre va por distintas zonas. Estarán hoy algo más tristes en Madrid, algo más contentos aquí en Sevilla.
Muy bien, gracias Manu, gracias Lucas.
Muchas gracias.
Hasta luego. Ganó el Sevilla 2-1 al Rayo Vallecano. Antes lo había hecho el Deportivo Alavés 3-0 al Getafe. Luego ponemos un poco de velocidad, pero mira, sonriente Peque en la transmisión de Movistar la Liga. Vamos a escuchar a Peque. Dale, María. Ahí está. El autor del segundo tanto del Sevilla, Peque Fernández.
Puesto ¿no? A esto, y ya te digo, muy contento por todo, ¿no? Yo al final he metido el gol, pero la jugada de mano, Robbie hace el penalti. Esto es un equipo y así tiene que ser de aquí adelante.
¿Cómo lo habéis celebrado? Lo necesitaban, han sido años duros. La primera parte al equipo le costaba, y cómo superaba las adversidades, y el público lo agradeció.
Bueno, es el primer partido de liga y teníamos muchas ganas de ganar. Creo que venimos de hacer una buena pretemporada, pero bueno, había que hacerlo en liga, que al final es lo que cuenta. Yo creo que el equipo lo ha hecho. La segunda parte creo que ha sido muy buena.
Cuéntame el penalti, porque estábamos dudando. Claro, el año pasado tiró alguno Vargas. ¿Cómo ha sido? ¿Lo has pedido tú? ¿Estabas en la orden? ¿Te has visto con confianza? Cuéntame.
Sí, bueno, lo he cogido. Tenía muy claro lo que iba a hacer y con mucha confianza. La verdad que gracias a Dios ha entrado.
Bueno, no te pongo la responsabilidad porque era un momento clave, ¿eh?
Sí, obviamente ha sido un momento clave, pero bueno, estamos preparados para ello.
¿Qué ha significado para ti?
Bueno, muy feliz porque, bueno, además mi mujer está embarazada, se lo he dedicado a mi hijo que está en camino, así que muy contento.
Explícame, ¿qué ha pasado en el descanso y el cambio del Sevilla de la primera al de la segunda?
Bueno, hemos ajustado algunas cosas, pero empezamos el inicio del partido creo que bien. Pasa que rápido nos meten ese gol que quieras o no, mentalmente hay en los primeros minutos que te quedas un poco así jodido, pero bueno, yo creo que después se ha repuesto y hemos acabado también bien la primera parte.
Muchas gracias, enhorabuena. O sea, está Peque, el autor del tanto, con nuestro compañero Ismael Medina. 7 para las 12 de la noche. Vamos a ir cerrando. Ha durado muchísimo este partido, pero por cerrar y no con fútbol, y recordar lo que ha sido un día maravilloso para el equipo español. Enviado especial de Rápida Nacional de España a los europeos de Birmingham. David Alejandro García, cuéntanos.
Sí, mira, déjame por una vez tirar de tópico, porque el de hoy es uno de esos días que escriben la historia de nuestro atletismo. Oro para empezar de Paul McGrath, que ha sabido mantener a raya a los dos italianos, muy fuertes también toda la mañana. Y oro minutos después para la gran María Pérez, camino de ser la mejor atleta española de todos los tiempos. Sin duda lo es ya de la marcha, una modalidad que casi nunca nos falla y donde más allá de las medallas, esto, lo de hoy, sirve como mensaje para nuestro país. La nueva campeona de Europa lo explica mucho mejor que yo. Vamos a escucharla.
Yo estoy aquí para dar un mensaje a la sociedad y es que cada uno puede cumplir sus sueños, ¿sabes? Mi sueño es seguir superándome. Tengo un sueño que son los Santos 2028, que si sale esa medalla perfecto, pero si no, os lo juro de verdad, tengo la mejor medalla, que es un oro olímpico compartido.
Bueno, pues eso queremos verla en 2 años para que siga batiendo récords como el que ha batido hoy en esta nueva distancia de la marcha. El enésimo cambio en esta modalidad, según María, la modalidad más maltratada de todas.
Al final creo que a un respeto, a una disciplina, siempre voy a decir, la más antigua al calendario olímpico, al que más falta de respeto se le ha tenido en el último año. Y creo que en España la marcha es importante junto a la regla de buena velocidad.
Bueno, pues así de combativa se mostraba la granadina ante nuestros micrófonos. Por ese espíritu tan combativo es ya nuestra madrina en tablero deportivo. La lucha que no acababa ahí, 1 hora después, cuando Ángel López conseguía la plata en la maratón de marcha y Raquel González el bronce. 4 medallas en una sola mañana, sencillamente espectacular. Para acabar esta noche, récord de España para María Vicente en el heptatlón, muy meritorio, y también honores para Abdesamado Kelpen, 7º en el 10.000.
Mañana contamos en la última jornada. Gracias, David. Hasta luego.
Buenas noches.
Nos vamos. Muy bien. Aquí viene Paquito.
Vamos a cerrar ya el chiringuito. ¿Qué os parece si recordamos la primera ronda que hemos hecho, que ha sido espectacular?
Venga, hoy el día... Os tengo que animar la vida, está clarísimo.
Ha sido crítico, dale. En segunda división, primera jornada, 2 partidos definitivos.
Real Sociedad B Castellón. El segundo no te lo puedo decir porque no lo tengo.
Andorra 5, Celta 1.
No, ¿cómo?
Los dos decides.
Está Miguel Alcácer viendo el partido.
Gloria bendita, Paco. Gracias por recordarme lo que...
De todo esto, Paco Pérez.
Tú tienes tu propia música, ¿no? Hombre, por supuesto.
Dale, Paco, Ron. Espera. Llega la música.
No, esta no es.
Está viniendo.
Venía.
Hoy medio rato en marcha, llegaba con muy buenas sensaciones y te manda saludos. Ahora, campeón de Europa, quieres ser lo mejor, tablero deportivo. Ahí estamos. Al final lo conseguimos.
También hemos puesto eso y
Hay una cosa más. Hemos salido tú y yo los créditos, pero el nuevo no. El nuevo no lo había.
Ahora tú resulta que es bueno.
No, el nuevo no es como nosotros. ¿Quién me cae?
O sea, Pablo.
No, a mí me gustaba de la... Si nuestros oyentes pudieran ver cómo ha hecho que...
Pablo ha
La
contado.
fiesta tiene que... ¿Cómo? Perdón.
Pablo ha protagonizado en Antena momentos absolutamente gloriosos
Bastante lamentable.
de no poder seguir. O sea, de no poder seguir. O sea, que no tengáis ninguna duda que nos va a pasar. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal te has visto?
Muy bien. Encantado. Oye, se me ha hecho corto.
Claro.
5 horitas.
Mañana empezamos a las 4 y aunque no haya partido a las 9:30 en primero, que está suspendido, nosotros vamos a seguir aquí. Estaremos pendientes del partido que se va a jugar en el Insular, en el Gran Canaria, con Las Palmas, y luego un poco más así de actividad, de cosas, de estas que van pasando. Mañana tenemos jueguecito.
So we are back.
Pero yo he visto a Noya de que si él participa, ¿para qué jugamos?
No, ya no.
Es así.
Sí, bueno.
Pretty good signal out of Spain on 15,500. And have the door open for a few seconds. We might have the appearance of Polycat, I'm hoping. If not, okay. And here we go.
Todo bien. Y mañana más. Mañana empezamos a las 4 de la tarde. Este tablero deportivo.
Well, I'm far from the coast, JJ Ando, and I hear it quite well. We were hearing it quite well. Where are you located, JJ Ando? Free to choose. Reading an old encyclopedia from before the end of the Cold War must be funny. All the names of the countries changed. Pluto's not a planet yet. I remember reading about Pluto in it, and it was like Pluto was discovered in 1930 as the ninth planet of our solar system. Yeah. But definitely being on the coast near water does help make signals even stronger. Kevin, dark skies were wonderful. I remember about 40 years ago, would look up and marvel at Milky Way. Loss of our sky, I think, makes us turn inwards and become short-sighted in the long run. Yeah. Yeah, the pale blue dot. That was a pretty, I had the chance to have great skies when I would go up to my father's shack. It's not very strong, but we have turkey that is here, and we have Paul the cat. Mr. Paul the cat. He's in the house. Hey, Paul, everybody loves you. You know that? Look at that little cute face. Yeah, nothing cuter than Paul the cat. Kitty. Yeah. Nice kitty. So we had the pleasure of a few minutes with Paul the cat. And hope you enjoyed. So Voice of Turkey 11785 is coming in on the East Coast. It's not super strong, but it's there. I have RWM Moscow time signal on the icon here, but right now it's a tone 9996. Or if you don't have CW, 9997 lower sideband. It's weak, but it's there. Blagadai has CFRX Toronto pretty good this afternoon. So let me just do something. He's left the house. I'm gonna go here. Door. Okay, here we go. So, JJ, I'm doing getting this Spanish now, though. Okay. Blogger says CFRX Toronto coming in well. Also enough, I like how some of the early transistor radios could work with 1.1 volt battery. You can't even light an LED with one battery. Scutology 607 is weak for me, but I live near 1010, so yeah, you're too close basically. Yeah, Spain had the totality, which was kind of cool. It reminded me of 2024 for me. The April 2024 totality here in Montreal was, I would define it as almost a life-changing experience. It is so unique to see in person a total solar eclipse that I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. It's so particular to live through one. Yeah, in my WX50. Same here. I actually went down because here in where I lived here, and this was the funny thing, where I lived here, totality ended about, if I walked 10 minutes to the northwest, I would have had only 99% of the sun covered. Here was totality, but it lasted something like 30 seconds. Not even. So with my friends, we took the light train, the REM, and we went down to Brossard on the South Shore. There, the totality lasted 2 minutes plus. So at least we had a good time of totality. But it was so funny to see that, wow, I'm just at the edge of that totality. Ken Michael, Western Canada via Vancouver, BC, 730 kilohertz. Alberta, Calgary, Alberta on 1010, both CBC. Scatology 15770, some music and some Eastern European language. Ray Erden says, really pick up signals, might be lucky too, my location, although QTH is in the city. Sold my radio since, still have no high DSP2. Don't use now. With internet access, both KVSDRs from anywhere. Kevin, I ran into traveling astronomer in downtown St. Pete 2 months ago. I was so joyful seeing the looks on people's faces, seeing the moon through the Dobsonian telescope for the first time. Yeah. Scatology, Radio Taiwan International in Spanish on 15770. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I think schools should be reorganized into a few things that are different than what we're having today. People saying hello to Paul. Lagadai says 11785, quite good there. With the windows under the wire under the porch antenna. Scatology, I wonder why Radio Taiwan International doesn't have an English broadcast on WRMI. Yeah, it would have been really nice. Kevin, is it an angle or Mr. Paul on Ozempic? No, it's the angle. He's still pretty big. He's still pretty big. It depends on the angle that you actually look at him. Mike B, shout out to Mr. Paul, the #1 live chat cat. David Ward, voice of Turkey, weak but audible in Texas. Ken Michael, remember in Lake Elsinore, California, used to see millions of stars. Yeah. James Farley, when are we going? Well, we just had him now, so you should have seen him, James. When his own one come to him. Yeah, Voice of Free China. I remember I got QSLs from Voice of Free China, which was the name before it became Radio Taiwan International. Craig says hello to Paul. Kevin Michael, JJY, Tokyo, Japan, 10 megahertz, beating with Hawaii, WWVH. And now it's the Morse code ID on 9996. Brian Leesner can hear 9996, not easy one. Hey Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Enjoys a space topic today. Cool. You know, I think we say it all the time when we talk about different things, electronics, you know, astronomy, and so on. I think a lot of us that listen to Shortwave are interested naturally to a lot of that also. Mike WX50, it made me want to become an Eclipse chaser. You know what? If I had the money and I had no, you know, nothing to really care in the world, I would love to do these, like, you know, these ocean cruises that chase eclipses, total solar eclipses and stuff like that. It would be a lot of fun. Laga died, the 2017 eclipse was total where he lived. So you had one there. The 2017, I remember, was I think I did a live that day, if I remember well, on 2017. Kevin, about an astronomy channel. Only kidding. I know you are busy at it. You know what? I used to have one. And I let it go. I think they shut it down last year when they said, well, you haven't used it in a long time. And they just shut it down. But I used to have an astronomy channel because it was part of what I loved. And I was like, it could be kind of cool. And I was thinking, you know, making a little daily what to watch tonight. You know, if you're in a city, if you're in a dark sky area and so on. And I was using Stellarium as a software to, you know, show the sky and explain things. And but I, you know, if you know, that was one thing that I would have loved to actually have a channel dedicated to. Brett Woolley, yeah, I know the cat. The cat looks like Paul in that in Alien. It's the same orange cat. Paul Hickey, nice to have you here from Ireland. Tosin Love, when I was a teen, I lived in rural Tennessee. And that had really dark skies, yep. Scalology 11785, pretty weak here, but I guess it's semi-audible. The H1AO, the solar eclipse 99 was great. 12:30 p.m. total darkness. It was so surprising. Like WX50 says, Mike. I remember we were, you know, it was April, so April is kind of cool, and it was a nice day here with the sun. And I had just a small jacket. I thought, I don't need anything else. I had really just a small jacket. And I remember when we approached that totality, boy, did it become cold. And the wind picked up. And I remember that is what I remember a lot is it's getting cooler and the wind is picking up. And now it's like cold. I just put my little jacket on and I was like, man, I should have had something more. But, you know, I was thinking, well, the sun's going to show up in a few minutes and things are going to come back to normal, you know. But it was that the difference in the temperature was crazy. Like WX50, I can understand why ancient people thought eclipse was mystical. Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you don't understand why it's happening, what is happening? I mean, it must have been even scary, you know? For you choose chasing stars would be quite cool too. A bit dangerous though. Yeah, there's quite a few channels here in Quebec on YouTube. If you look at them, just put Storm Chaser Quebec, and you will see that when bad weather, there is always a live stream of some storm chaser trying to get some tornadoes and stuff. Finally, sir, I'm hearing what Radio Romania 7220. I'm hearing interval signal 2200. Usually hear amateur lower sideband in that range. Yeah, 7200 to 7300 is shared in Europe. The international broadcast stations are possible there. So a lot of hams in the U.S. that I listen to are often mad, saying, "Why is there some broadcast on our frequencies?" Well, in ITU Region 1, 7200 to 7300 is international broadcasts. So, you know, it's nothing today compared to in the past. When you look at the fact that in the past, nobody even cared about anything. I remember Radio Moscow being everywhere in the 41 meter band all the way down to 7100 kilohertz. It's like, hey, who cares? We're just broadcasting. Jando, I love seeing celestial bodies moving through the night sky. I feel like we're on the moving ends of a huge clock. And there's nothing that makes you feel as small than having really dark sky and seeing the gazillions of stars in that night sky. And you're like, wow, I feel so small suddenly. It makes you really feel small. By the way, guys, if you like what I do, it really is important. It really supports me. You know what? It is something that I could not be, continuing to do if it wasn't from your support. If you want to give a little something through the super chat here, or you can send it through PayPal at the Yahoo email. I will be taking part of it to buy myself a pizza tonight. And the same address can be used for Interac e-transfer in Canada. So for those in Canada, that can be used also. Just put as a the password to the secret phrase. Just put shortwave in it, so I know that what it is. And you guys have really come true, and it really is helping me out. You have no idea. So thanks for everybody that has donated. Thanks for everyone for being here. It is greatly appreciated, honestly. And thank you so much. So let's go here. Kevin, what happened to us as a species? I remember at least once a week a guy in a white lab coat would describe what we could see in the sky for the week. Now planetariums have to do laser light shows. You know, when I was growing up as a teenager and early adult, there was something really cool here. We had our planetarium, which was downtown back in the day. Now it's moved here to a new area. We have a brand new one. They had a free Monday night show, and it was called The Night Sky. And so you would go there, and they would explain what's in the sky right now that you could see. It lasted, I don't know, 45 minutes or something. It was not very long, but it was just so cool. I would go there every Monday almost. It's like, it's just like, I want to know what's up there. And it's just so cool to be in the planetarium anyways. And so that was a lot of fun. When they moved to the new place, all of that ended. There's no more, night sky stuff. They're stories, I'll call it. They're nice. I mean, they explain astronomy stuff and all of that and where we're going. And yeah, I guess maybe that's the modern things today of this is how you're gonna, attract people. I don't know. But for me, it isn't the same. It doesn't have the same appeal. And I wish it's okay that what they're doing, but I wish that they still had that, like, Monday night, 45-minute free night sky show like they had before. That was fun, and it kept you up to date. If you didn't know what, I was up to date because I would buy my adult life when I was working. My magazine buy was, I would go to, there was a place downtown that had everything in the magazines. I would go. It would cost me, I say a fortune, but man, they were so non-expensive back in the day compared to magazines today. I would go there and I'd pick up my Compute Gazette for my Commodore computers. Then I'd pick up a Monitoring Times, a Popular Communications for my radio stuff. I would pick up there was this British magazine that was so cool. It was a guitar magazine. Came with a CD that had the tracks for songs every month. And all you had to do is play the guitar on it. And in the magazine was the tablature of the songs. And plus they had tons of interviews with guitarists and all sorts of things. And I would also get Sky and Telescope and Astronomy. So these were all the magazines I would get out. Like I would go out on my payday, and I would just go and get all of these magazines, bring that home. For me, it was a treasure. That was a treasure of information that I just was so amazed, and I just could, I would sit outside on a weekend day and I just enjoy reading the magazines and just enjoying life basically. And boy, that was so cool. These were my picks for a long time, and I subscribed to Sky and Telescope at some point, but I would almost always buy it directly at the magazine stands every month. So it's like that was kind of cool. I had all of these magazines that I would buy every month. Oh man. Keegan eating up some pepperoni pizza with sliced black olives and sliced jalapeno for dinner. So I'll be there in about 10 minutes. That's if my my travel machine works. Kevin Michael says right now get blown away by hurricanes. Been watching Hurricane Hunters. Oh yeah, these are crazy. I think it's last year I was watching one when the hurricane hit Florida, and they were like in the middle of they were in the eye of the hurricane. I'm like, you guys are completely nuts. Completely nuts. Kevin Michael. Oh, there's all sorts of things. If you look Kevin Michael on my channel, go back to 2024. I have a video of I left the SDR on medium wave on here while I was gone watching the eclipse. And you see all these, daytime medium wave is local stations. I had left it on WCBS 880. And as the eclipse progressed, all of the medium wave stations were coming in at night at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. It was so cool to see. And I actually had a portable radio with me when I was at the eclipse, and I was just amazed at how I could hear WBZ Boston, WCBS New York, and all of these stations that usually are just nighttime stations while the eclipse was going on. It was amazing. Skidology 11785 is weak but audible on the D109 weather band outside compared to the ATS 25X1 with the Ratty Shortwave 001 antenna, which isn't grounded the way I have it connected. Skidology, okay. David Ward, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here. And says, may replace politics watching with sun worship for a much brighter, cheerful life. Yeah. Kevin says, if you ever wondered how important WRMI is, move close to the transmitter in Florida. Boy, I miss hearing 15770. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. There's a lot of things that you're missing out. David Ward, pizza sounds good tonight. Keegan says, I get pizza delivered to me from Simple Simons via DoorDash. Here we have a lot of pizza places in Montreal, but I usually order pretty much all the time from a place called Miami Deli, and that pizza is just amazingly good. Dusseldorf, I haven't really been around a lot of science deniers, but the few I have had an effect, I think. Makes me hesitate to talk about it now. Yeah, it's very complicated now because there's a lot of people out there that don't believe in all sorts of things, and it's like, yeah, I understand why you sometimes you prefer keeping quiet. Blog and I, go take care of yourself. See you tomorrow. I will be at Sheldon's tomorrow. It's the CIDX Zoom will be at the CIDX headquarters in the Greenfield Park. So I'll be out there in his backyard deck. We're going to have a barbecue. So that's going to be the new the way we're going to see it tomorrow. So all of you that are Canadian International DX Club members, tomorrow's the Zoom. So I'm heading out there for about noon, 1 p.m. And we'll have a barbecue, and then we'll have the CIDX Zoom meeting from probably, if the weather is good, from outside in the on his back deck. Kev Michael, can you get Australia shortwave from Victoria on 2310 at night? Nope. Here, first of all, 2310 is a no-no. There's way too much noise. And I have never in my 46 years of DXing received any international broadcasts of some sort, or tropical broadcasts in the 2 megahertz range. Only thing I've ever heard was a few utilities like I hear now. Never heard any broadcast stations. TH20 at carbonara with my Italian friend tonight. Oh, that is good. I love a good carbonara. When it's really well done, that is so good. Yeah, that's why I always keep Skidology. I always keep some batteries. Kid 61, it would have been good to see you pick and grin with your magazines. Ken Michael, Popcom monitoring times was a must for me every month. I had to go to Borders to get it in the 80s and 90s. For those that miss the monitoring times, it has the same feel and is pretty much the same type of magazine. The Spectrum monitor is a good one. I am subscribed to it. I have it on my tablet. The Spectrum monitor is a very it's pretty much monitoring times, but it is electronics only. But if you want to subscribe to it, this is the page, and so I am subscribed this year. I sometimes jump a year, but I thought this year, so it's pretty good. Brian Leesner, this time of day, WRMI is same as local. It's that good. The skip must fall directly on Philly. Mike Davis 50, CIDX barbecue, nice. Yep. Yeah, well, you know what, the magnetic loop I have is not bad on 2 megahertz, but the noise floor here is so high that you're getting a station, and it's station on 2310 in Australia is low power. So it's like getting that here is, maybe if I would live on the West Coast, that would be a possibility. But here on the East Coast, I'm not even sure I've seen anyone DX that station in the East Coast here. It's kind of interesting to, when I was listening back in the 80s, I mean, 2 megahertz, I didn't hear anything. I didn't have really good radios. And so these were bands where I would not receive much for the most part. And you end up like just not listening much. Sorry guys, my camera might be frozen for a minute or two. I totally forgot I was logging into my email, and I was I completely forgot that it uses my face recognition to work. So it is a I always forget. So oh, thank you for the donation. I saw it coming, and I was looking at my email, saw it coming through my email Yahoo. So thanks for the Interact e-transfer. Free to choose. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I was not aware. So is it back into normal? I'm still frozen. I'm just gonna stop. Back. And I should be back. Yes, I am. Here we go. Okay, freeze time. Freeze frame. Yeah. Kenneth, I was just going to ask you if you had trouble breathing. Last time I faced the way it was in the frozen picture, it was like, okay. Oh, good. So, that's pretty good. Okay, looking here at pirates. See if any pirates are here. And nothing about pirates pretty much. All right. Anything else? I'll check out the bands a little bit. See what's out there. See what's out there. And toy. Okay, Michael, 1600, 4000 kilohertz gets noisy in my cave. Yeah, here it's dreadful. The best is on the magnetic loop, where I get a few things. On the ASU, forget it. There is no listening to anything below maybe 8 megahertz. It's just crazy. $17,675 RNZ. Some people are receiving it. We try it. It's not usually at this time. I don't usually get anything from there. 17,675. Nope. Not even a peep of a signal up here. 17,675 is going to come in around, starting around about 02 UTC-ish. There's a station here. Spain on 17,715. And there's 17,790 is WRMI. That's what's coming in here.
In the world. The best station anywhere. Yes, you're listening Mystery Report show on 15770 kilocycles from WRMI transmitter in Kitchaby, Florida. Yeah. Yes, you hear so a new jingle. Not really new because I made it long time ago, but never
Something on Mystery Something on 15770.
Sample of old radio station to do that. So it means so yes, it is love. So we listen to Villette Puma from the My Winter Car OSC. But recorded on audio cassette tape. So that's why the sound was not the best, but why not? We're gonna keep the analog spirit.
So something interesting on 15770. Calling itself Mystery Something, I'm trying to find.
With a little summary of our
Brian Leisner, 11016, bleeping away. It's a good day all around for reception. Michael, I'm caregiver for a family member. This show and chatting with all of you is the highlight of my week. Well, I'm a caregiver. I know what it is. I had a tough week. Mystery for joy. All right, Bobby Burgess. Thanks for the answer. Mystery for joy, WRMI 15770. So that's what's playing right now.
On my side, I received it very well. I listened to QSD not far from me, same, very good signal.
Dakota, my internet keeps going down and I'm always losing the channel. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. So this week was interesting. I was listening to the harp tests. It's sad that we didn't know more in advance that it was happening. I learned about it like last minute before it started. It was kind of cool to check out the patterns and check out what was happening. Tosanov, stop saying bad words.
As I say, the frequencies from WRMI, and yes, that's it.
Mystery for joy. It's the first I heard that station name several times, but I had never received a station. Received a station on WRMI, so it's kind of a first here. And I believe it's going to follow it. I think 23, I think it's the voice of shortwave radio guy. So here's some music now. It's a very strong signal coming out of WRMI. You know, it's like we say it all the time. If WRMI was not there to broadcast all of these programs and relays, shortwave in North America would be dreadfully difficult. It definitely would be something that would be very, very quiet suddenly. So Skidology S7220 Radio Romania coming in pretty well here on my D109WB out in the parking lot. Kenneth, no joy for 15770. It's probably skipping over you. Music for Joy broadcast is encoded in COM stereo. Okay. Joe Michael. Yeah, 15770, Joe Michael. I'm enjoying watching Joe saying no joy for a change. No joy. So the RWM is coming in on 9996. Let me go check how it receives. Yeah, Radio Romania not too bad on 7220 here. On the magnetic loop in the front. Absolutely. Interesting. So looking at what I can get here. WWV on 10 megahertz is coming in pretty well. NPR TVG says the hosts for Mystery for Joy and Tony from Pop Shop Radio are both can be found in the RF Rendezvous Discord server. Okay. Kind of interesting to see these broadcasts coming in from different areas. Checking out, so nothing on a Pirate Underground. I'm still going to go and tune, see if I can hear something on the Pirate bands. There's something on 6930 apparently. So 2235. So let's go to 6850, and we're going to tune up, see if I hear anything. Yeah, it's not super strong, but it's there. I hear 6930 upper sideband with some music right now. So there is a Pirate on 6930. And there's music for Joy on 15770.
On the American show. I'm originally a shortwave listener, a very known one. And yes, yes, I wrote privately with Radio Romania French service staff, and I told a little about my radio station. So, in the listeners' mail, they asked for more information about shortwave. So, this is time to listen the reply. So, sorry for...
Brian Leesner is 15 megahertz. Hey, David in Barcelona. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? This was very nice. Not full total value for me, but still very special to see 99% happening in my own QTH and surroundings.
Tout le monde ne peut pas s'enorgueillir d'avoir sa propre station de radio indépendante. Ce n'est vraiment pas rien. Vous dites que c'est surtout de la parlotte, pour reprendre votre expression, mais ce que je lis et qui ressort dans chacun de vos messages, c'est surtout que vous semblez réussir à créer du lien, et de surcroît du lien qui dépasse les frontières. Et je trouve ça très beau, et je suis plus que ravie.
He got mentioned in the French service of Radio Romania.
La démarche perdure, car c'est aussi à cela que sert la radio. Voyager, communiquer, rencontrer les porteurs de la...
So he speaks French. Uh-huh. Okay, Michael, pirate stations are on the 11-meter band in between CB channels here, sometimes playing the same song.
And the greetings and the congratulations. Yeah, it's make me very happy to know that, because Radio Romania...
Just enough, just hearing 10 and 15 tonight, no 20, 25, or 5.
I meet everybody except you. So probably on the...
Okay, Michael, 10 and 15 right now. Liam, nice to have you here from Louisiana. I'm still, you know what, tonight I should actually, because it's mostly always on Saturday nights that I hear it. I heard him on Friday nights, but that guy that I've been talking about that has this interval signal kind of on the CB band, and he just plays interval signals for like an hour and then he's gone. He never talks, never IDs, never says anything. It's just by accident that I've maybe 5 or 6 times came across his interval signal broadcast. I should maybe tune the CB bands tonight and see if I could, you know, if he's still there, it still does it. Maybe he still does it, and I'm never there when he's actually broadcasting. If I remember well, most of the time was Saturdays and Fridays. So I would have to listen even on Friday night. But I always wondered, where is he and who is he? That always made me curious. Where is he? And you know, definitely he's a shortwave radio guy, because he knows about, interval signals. So either past or present, but I mean, it's kind of interesting. The guy was doing that all the time. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And I haven't listened to the Owl's Net. The guys on channel 20 having their net on channel 20 lower sideband every Friday night. Haven't listened to them in a long time. Yeah, he's playing vintage signals. He's playing for the most part old sting. I've heard stuff from way back to Radio Moscow and Radio Tirana from the 80s, and he plays old interval signals, Radio RSA and so on. And he does it for about, every time I heard him, he does it for about an hour, and then he stops. So it's kind of interesting. It's like, I wonder, I understand the interval signal playing on CB radio, but it'd be fun if he had some way of knowing if anybody's listening. I remember when he did it, sometimes he has a little pause of 5 minutes, which I wondered if it wasn't to let his CB radio cool down. And when that 5 minutes existed, I would key up and say, "Hey, interval signal guy," and I would give him my location, close location where I am, and I would ask, if you just let me know approximately where you are, and he would never answer back. Maybe he didn't hear me, or if he did hear me, he never answered back. So, and talking of a CB radio, I've got this Luthean company that actually wrote to me this week, and they're interested in sending me a CB radio that I can test and try out. And so, if I get here the email, here, so they want me to test out this thing, a FM AM single sideband CB radio. So they said if I'm interested, they would send me one for free if I want to talk about it on my channel. It is a little high powered though, because it has 7 watts on AM and 15 watts on SSB. So the problem I have with that is that here in Canada, this is above the power levels that are accepted. So I wonder if I should still talk about it or not. I'm tempted to say yes, I'd like to have one. So I don't know. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to answer back and see. So, but it's kind of interesting. M7BVV, hey Phil from the UK, nice to have you here. It's pretty cool to have you on board. Kev Michael says 6,900, 7,000 is weird stuff here too. Sketology getting 1015, yeah. Okay. Mike W50 CB guy must be an old shortwave maybe. I guess, because I don't think anybody that would be in the young generations would know these interval signals or anything. I know he's taking the interval signals because I played them to hear so many times, and I have listened to a lot of them, so I kind of recognize them over time. The clip he's using, and he's using a mix, exactly what I do. He's using a mix of intervalsignals.net and interval signals that are on YouTube. I know once he played a YouTube video because it was interval signals from Europe, all from different countries. And I recognize the video that I've already seen that has all of them, and the video is like 20 minutes long. So it's like, okay, he gets this stuff from there. He knows where to get them. But I'm intrigued. It's like, You know, I even said on when he had pauses, I even said I got a shortwave radio show on YouTube, the official SWL channel, and I have a live show on Saturdays. And just like, you know, maybe you can join. We're gonna try an experiment here. Let's try an experiment here, just in case. If you're watching, at 10 p.m. tonight, 10 p.m. tonight, so I have time to set up my CB radio, or I can try with a Yaesu also. At 10 p.m. tonight, do interval signals on channel 25. I don't know. Am I just, you know, talking out of the blue? I don't know, but who knows? Just in case. And if he does, I will actually make a video of what I received. He's not very strong here. What really makes it work is that the interval signals, you know, they kind of pierce through the interference. So you hear them and you recognize them. But he's very weak here every time I've received his signal. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to listen at 10 p.m. for sure. Deborah Oliver, nice to have you on board from Pensacola, Florida. And he's DXer as far back as the mid-60s. Pretty cool. Also know, sometimes CB seems almost post-apocalyptic, where each town only has a few people left that talk on the radio. Yet, you know what? This is what fascinates me. That group, the Howells Net, I mean, every Friday they have maybe 10, 15 people show up, which is already impressive for a technology where a lot of people think it's dead. But they had a Christmas dinner in a buffet restaurant. I was invited because I'm part of that group and I couldn't attend. But they had a lot of people show up there. And I'm like, wow, there's way more. You know, it seems quite, it's like the amateur bands. Everybody tells me, oh, the ham bands are dead. Yeah, but there are thousands of hams out there every day. And it makes me realize maybe the CB bands are a little same. Nobody's talking, but there's tons of people listening. And they're not talking because there's nobody talking. And so I think it's very surprising. You know, I'm part of one of the groups that I am part of on Facebook is a group of CB radio guys. And of course I see regularly, well, you know, I just dished out my old CB radio that I had in the closet and I don't hear anyone. Is anybody on the CB anymore? Yet when you start digging, and yeah, there are people. I mean, those guys, it's totally by accident. It's a Friday night, the summer Friday night about a year or two ago. I was bored and I decided, hey, let's take the CB, the 980 SSB out, plug it in the back on my, you know, mobile antenna in the shed, see what's out there. I mean, you know, let's check it out. And, you know, even calling, I was like, you know, anybody on any frequency, I was calling to see if anybody answers. And, man, when I got to channel 20, and heard these guys, I was like, wow, the pirate station on 6930 is really getting strong. Really getting stronger. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So, Ryan Leisner, 15 WWV is pretty good. Yeah, when you hear that bass they have, which is amazing. On a radio like the Texan H501X, the radio vibrates because of its speaker system. When the signal's strong enough, you can hold the radio and feel the vibration of that bass that's in the signal. Take care, Ray. Always nice to have you on board from the UK. But, well, if you think about it, I think that is Hauser. Sergeant Rock, nice to have you on board from the Hawaiian Islands. Hawaiian Spectrum Internet before we lose power as Hurricane Lala hits at the southern side of Hawaii Island. Wind gusts now at 45 miles per hour. Yeah, I saw that the big hurricane is about to hit Hawaii. You hope you stay safe, my friend. It is important for you to stay safe, our friend Sergeant Rock. It's very important to yeah, here's the 15770 voice of shortwave radio now. It's kind of cool though. You know, these guys take time to do these shows. It's kind of cool to have these shows around dedicated to shortwave and to shortwave radio listeners, honestly. Honestly. Free choose CB on FM. Is that allowed in Canada? It's allowed in the US. Canada, I don't think, has changed its rules. And I don't think they really care. But technically, we're not, from what I know, it's not approved in Canada. Let me just ask here. Is FM on CB radio approved in Canada? I mean, they don't care about CB radios. Yes, it is. FM on CB is fully approved and legal in Canada. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada updated the technical standards under RSS 236 to permit FM transmissions, aligning Canadian regulations with the United States. FM signals are capped at 4 watts, matching traditional AM limits. Radios must be certified by ISED and display an official compliance label, which that's the problem with that radio. I don't think they have any compliance labels. Compatibility. Many modern multi-mode CB radios allow users to switch between AM and FM modes. FM provides clearer, noise-free sound at close range, while AM maintains a longer reach. So yeah, it is approved in Canada for FM. Wow, I didn't know that. That. I never heard that change. I never heard anything. So yep, FM is officially approved for CB radio in Canada. Also, no, do the waltzing Matilda. Yeah, that is one that brings me back of the days of Radio Australia. Brandon, one of my daydreams is to have a radio and play my records. I'm in Sydney, Australia. My WX50, Swiss radio. Yeah. Back in the day. I liked Radio RSA was kind of nice. Although there still might be a chance that you may have a rebroadcast coming up in the future. If that is the case, I will post it on our Facebook group, VOSR International. The H1AO 2-meter 77 repeaters are collecting dust here in Germany. David 15770 peaking S910 on the ICR 8500 modified MLE30 loop. Brian Lee is in a WWV tump. Yeah. It's just so interesting when you get that and it's like doo, doo. do, do. It's like, wow.
We still are looking for one listener from South Dakota.
Tosmov, you almost need a subwoofer to get the full effect. Yep. But boy, is it amazing when it's... That's the thing about the H501X and its speaker system. It's capable of bringing it up really to an amazing level.
Radio listeners radio page. We've gotten quite a few great pictures in from
Keegan, now I'm thinking of Bob's Country Bunker from the Blues Brothers. Jasmine says FCC doesn't care about CB radio and probably hasn't for a while. They certainly don't have the staff to enforce anything there. Pretty much the same here in Canada. The ISCD is understaffed. Unless there's a complaint. Yeah.
While you're there, you can also sign up for our newsletter. And if there are going to be some changes in frequencies or dates or rebroadcasts, I will send out one. Usually they only go out about once a week. I'm sorry, once a month, if that.
Michael, CB should be 25 watts or and 50 for upper sideband. Yeah.
Email address in there and submit it.
And Michael, Radio Australia, yes, miss it. Yeah. Okay, 61, it's good to know that Canada's radio service will not be chasing you through the park. Or sending me letters. Sending me letters. The H1AO MFM 4 watts, SSB 12 watts here. It's pretty much the same thing here. I think there's the same rules. So that radio is 7 watts AM FM, 15 watts SSB. Honestly, it ain't that much of a difference. You know, you barely notice that on an S meter, basically. But it probably isn't approved by the ISCD, that's for sure. I don't know. Michael A. Martin, nice to have you here. So I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. I might just say, you know, I might just say, yeah, give me one.
Past broadcast of VOSR International. I have a playlist over there. I also have
You know,
a page on our website. So
I'm gonna just say you send me one, and you know, then send them a send them an email saying, hey, I can't review it because it's out of the range of, you know. Brian Leesner, when I tune around CB, I often hear a crazy guy with a linear amp. No idea what he's doing on about. I know he's illegal. His signal is melting my SDR. Oh yeah, there are tons of them. I mean, when the skip is going, there are tons of them. They're like from the south, from the deep south of the U.S. And you're like, whoa, that guy is powerful. I remember there used to be this guy, I think it was in New York, Mike from New York. And it was like Mike from New York was always blasting here, you know? Okay, Michael, try it. I wish I could get one here. Yeah, I'm going to write to them. I'm going to say, yeah, send me one. I'll check it out.
SRINT@yahoo.com. That's VOSRINT@yahoo.com. And then in the subject line, put in.
Michael A. Martin says, I just recently ordered Sky Top Power STP 1330 switching power supply to power my radio Ditty DB20G to use as a base station. I bought it because of the front 10 amp port. Okay, if I'm going to check what that looks like. From the name, sounds like something that resembles what I have here in terms of power supply. I use switching power supplies here that come from China that are surprisingly good. So what's just okay?
And it goes to 0400 UTC on Thursday on 5995 kilohertz. That's
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised they come from the same company. I wouldn't be surprised they come from the same company.
Check that out.
I love mine. I got they're different name brands, but they're kind of the same. I have one here, the one here, and that's just there. You see the lights here for the meters? This is a 50 amp power supply, and it powers my Yaesu, and it's just an amazing power supply. It's a switching power supply, it doesn't weigh that much. But I also have the 30 amp here, which is smaller, works great. I mean, they're lightweight, they work great, and I purchased them for two things. First, I didn't want to have a linear 30-pound power supply or 50-pound power supply, and because it's too heavy, and I don't want to have that. And so I had a bad experience with the Pyramid power supplies, the switching power supply. The Pyramid one is horrible in all the noise that it creates, and plus the fan in the back of the Pyramid gave out after like a year and a half. So what a piece of crap that is. So I got those because they were rated, you know, the reviews were good. And what even pushed me towards one of them is there's a ham radio operator that looks at the quality of all sorts of ham radio gear. And he purchased the 30 amp here, and he purchased that 50 amp there. And he actually he has a video online where he takes them apart, looks at how they're built, and he says these are top quality builds. They are protected, meaning that you won't blow up your radio if something happens, and they are very well built to stay, you know, to stay safe and work well. So he was impressed by that for the price, and I was impressed also. I was like, okay, I'm getting those, and I'm extremely happy. They are amazingly good. They cost a fraction of the price of these really expensive ones that weigh 10 tons. And if I need another one someday, I am looking at one of those again. They are just great.
Connecting people from across different countries, cultures, and languages. It promotes understanding, education, friendship by sharing news, music, culture programs, and political discussions. Your broadcasts are appreciated by many listeners who value accurate information and quality programming. I have enjoyed listening to your station and have found your programs to be informative, entertaining, and inspiring.
Hey, Shortwave Dan, nice to have you on board.
Also continues. I look forward to continuing to listen.
Kingdom 61, the CBers that I loathe are the sound effects broadcasters. Martin A. Martin says, yeah, probably same one, just rebranded. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Gabriel says, Channel 6 or Super Bowl channel reaches even Uruguay sometimes like a blast. Yep.
And please let me know when you get it. I'm very curious to see how long it'll take to get over to
King and DXer, old radios.
From Mark from Belgium.
Bye bye bye. Yeah, bye bye. Yeah, you hear that all the time. Or like sometimes they're like going on as like radio. It's like, why are you trying to make a contact with somebody?
Listeners' radios get sent in lately. So if you haven't been over there and checked it out lately.
Tosino, 12 volts at 50 amps makes a decent welding machine. Yeah, well, it won't weld because it has protection. So if it shorts, which is what is very close to being a short on welding, it has a protection that just stops the power supply from working. Michael A. Martin, yep, mine has 30 amp peak, but power port in the front is 10 amps max. The radio's up to 20 watts. Has a cigarette plug attached. Yeah, it's the same kind. This one doesn't have a cigarette port. It does have these little ports that have, I don't remember how many amps, but the one here does have a cigarette port. If I had something that had one of those cigarette plugs for a car, it has one in the front. So.
And then his remarks are being an old timer.
Skinology, there's a rebroadcast of Voice of Voice of the Report of the Week on 5950. That's on right now. Cool. Billy Joe, Breaker 10-4.
You really have to put your magnifier on to find one transmitting on the bands. Most of them have stopped broadcasting. They've dismantled their stations and transmitters.
You know, I looked at the on the internet. There's a lot of people have their opinions, and people have their opinions of all sorts of things. I have a lot of hams that because I talked about these power supplies on my channel. I had my fair share of hams that just said, well, those crappy Chinese things are going to break. They're going to just blow up your radio. And I wouldn't put a $2,000 Yaesu radio on one of those cheap craps. And it's like, it's not a cheap crap. And second of all, yeah, your, American-made linear power supply here would come to $600. I ain't paying $600 for a power supply. I ain't paying $600 for a power supply. And this thing, the 50 amp here was, if I remember well, 180 Canadian dollars. 180 Canadian dollars. And boy, is it well built, and boy, does it freaking work well. And it doesn't make any noise. I don't hear any noise. You still put a button on it that has an offset. So if there's a buzzer because it's a switching power supply, you could offset and remove the buzzer from what you're listening. I never use it because I never hear a buzzing. It is really, really great. And the same for this one here. Never hear a freaking buzzing of anything. Actually, the funniest thing is that the ICOM ICRD 500 comes with an 8055, I think is the model name, power supply. It's a switching power supply. That thing creates so much noise in this radio that it's freaking crazy. And it's funny because that one here, the 30 amp one, doesn't do any freaking noise in it. So it's like, okay. So I'm happy with those, honestly. Anybody wanting a cheap, inexpensive power supply that's really good for the ham gear because it needs a lot of amps and so on, I would recommend those all the time. I bought them on Amazon. Forget about the very expensive linear crap that is sold. It's way too expensive, way too heavy. You don't need that. We're in the 21st century. Come on. It's time that people brush up on their power supplies. Hey, Craig is back.
Using different browsers might have some issues. So if you're on there and it's working a little clunky.
There is a bear in the air, says Carmichael. Free to choose. Are there still cigarette plugs in cars? And I think they were replaced by USB ports. Today, modern cars today have USB ports. Because we don't, pretty much nothing comes with that type of plug anymore. That's old school. But yeah, I don't think modern cars come with any cigarette plugs. Last time I rented a car, I don't recall seeing any of that. I did notice the USB ports, but I haven't seen a cigarette plug.
That you did receive that. It's really important if you do get one.
Justin Lowe says, I used to have a nice SSB CB, but I'd love to have an all mode if I could get it. Frano, nice to have you here. Francis from Birmingham in the UK. Nice to have you here. Nice to see you. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. Michael A. Martin, mine costs around about $92 through the manufacturer's store on Amazon. I think they are called power ports now. And here in Canada, the price is higher, so that 30 amp here in Canada, I think I paid $125, and the 50 amp 180-ish. They would be more expensive today because the dollar Canadian dollars actually gone lower in the last few years.
And next we have an email from Larry from Phoenix, Arizona. He writes,
Jasmine, who smokes in a car? Oh, you'd be surprised. I had a couple of rides in the last couple of years that yeah.
Probably got the most responses from any segment.
Oh, the beard. Yeah. This is a for me the beard is a laziness thing. I let it just grow. Same for the ear. I let it grow. And when I'm tired because it's too big, I get the clipper out and I just clip everything and start back from zero.
I'm not going to be doing that while I'm here.
Yes, Craig, I will promise. I will send you an email.
But when I get back to Molokai,
take care, Ricky. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe.
Look forward to hearing one on one of the Hammerland series of
Michael A. Martin, they just called them cigarette light plugs because back in the day that was what they were used for. Yep. Yeah. H1AO, last order beer there. Red Woolly got it to any truck stop. All kinds of things that used a 12 volt.
For his email, he writes,
David, Barcelona, I use linear supplies and for all 12 volt and 13.8 volt needs, just to stay away from any chance of noise. But I also have a pretty good switching power supply that I use on the IC7100 and away from the QTH. You know, it's understandable because that when I bought the 30 amp here, I had that experience with the switching power supply, which was a 30 amp pyramid power supply, which I wasn't very fond of, and it was very noisy everywhere. So when I bought this, the only thing that made me buy it is that it had a noise offset. So I thought, okay, if the buzz from some interference from the power supply is where I want to tune, I can move it away. So I thought, okay, that's a compromise that I can deal with. I can move away that buzz. But I was so surprised that I never use it. I never have a buzz. I never had to use it. So it's like, okay, that's cool. I never had to use it. You know, I was talking about that Mike WX50 and Jasmine. I was talking about that with someone for what reason did we talk about it? About the fact that we would get in the car. My dad would smoke, 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I'd get in the car. It was, imagine in the wintertime, you get in the car, the window's closed, and my dad already had smoked 2 cigarettes, 3 cigarettes, and I had to get in that car. I remember the smell of what a car smells like, mixed in with the cigarette smell of my dad smoking. I wanted to puke. I would get in the car and it's like, I'm going to puke. I'm going to puke. And that was life. I have some, since I was young, I know I have some, I'm kind of a little scared when I get a influenza or anything that goes into the lungs, because I tend to have some really bad experience with that. And I always think about it that it must have been from being in the car and my dad smoking all the time. It probably damaged my lungs from a young age. And I wouldn't be surprised.
Please talk about how people who only have a standard AM radio can hear long distance stations on that band as well, which is very true. AM DXing is a really big hobby also, and anybody who has some information or does that, I'd love it if you'd like to do a segment on that, and we'll definitely get it on the air.
But yeah, everybody used to smoke in cars back in the day.
On 15770 kilohertz on WRMI, and it's called Spiritual Warfare with John Collins. Thank you for the
Jasmine, yeah, I know. Well, today there are rules. There's a law. There's a law that
thank you for having me in your mailbox segment again.
0-100, I don't know if you just by accident muted our friend. No, 0-100 was muted by, I guess, by accident. So 0-100 says, my mother and father smoked in the car all the time when I was little. Yeah, it was a thing. It absolutely was a thing. So, you know, that was the normal way of being. But today there are rules. If that would happen today, say I would be in the situation where, you know, I would be with my father and he would be smoking in a car. It is against the law today. This would be considered a problem. I could sue my dad for that. Michael Martin, does CB use a UHF in Canada? Nope. CB is on the 11, close to the 10 meter band. It's got 11 meters. And CB in Canada is between 29,965 and 27,405 kilohertz and 40 channels. That's the official band. In UHF, we do have a GMRS system, the FRS GMRS talkies, which in Canada is license free. And it's kind of like CB in 22 channels. Yeah, Eschatology. Even here in Quebec now, it's illegal to smoke in a car with other people in it. I don't know if it's just kids, but I think it's illegal to smoke in your car if there's other people in the car. If you're alone, that's your thing. But if you have people in the car, you're yeah, no problem, Craig. It happens to a lot of people. Yeah, Mike WX50. It's like exactly that. Actually, you know what? When we think about it, because there were all of these rules, you know, these laws and things that were made later to prevent smoking, kids from smoking. And personally, it disgusts me so much that my father was smoking that I never wanted to smoke. It was disgusting to me. And my mom smoked when I was young, but she stopped smoking when I was a young age. Only my dad continued. But I found that so disgusting that it actually was the reverse. It didn't want me. I didn't want to smoke. For me, that wasn't cool. It was disgusting.
I enjoyed listening to your program, especially the one you did on the Zenith Transoceanic. I have a Royal 7000, but I listened to you on my Collins 51S-1 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I am a pilot and a ham radio operator, and I like listening to your program. So thank you so much, Larry. He did send a picture of his arm. Really good for radio. Great show. So go around and to our website, VOSRinternational.com. Head over to our list.
Old radios, yeah. The cigarette lighter, yeah. That thing came real hot. When I remember my dad would take it out to put his cigarette, to light his cigarette, and you could see it was like a round metal thing, and it was all orange, red, so hot. It was like, okay. Old radios. Glad my folks never smoked, except for my mom, who would have one once in a blue moon. I mean, it's crazy. It's totally crazy. Take care, Craig. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe. I'll send you that email. Shortwave Dan, I don't smoke cigs, but I do enjoy a nice cigar. There's something about cigars, even though they're not better for your health. I have to say I had a couple of uncles that smoked cigar. The smell of it, I could, like, smell chocolate and all sorts of interesting, fragrance in it. And that intrigued me a lot. But I stayed away still because it was still smoking. WX50. My mom finally quit smoking after my dad died from lung cancer due to smoking. Yeah. And all of these, tobacco companies that denied, they had all the facts, the scientific facts, but they would keep it hidden and lie about it. You remember, guys, when there were actually ads in magazines everywhere where doctors would actually recommend a specific cigarette brand? Oh, that is horrible. You have an ad of a doctor telling you, oh, I smoke, Players Light because they are the smoothest and the best. And I'm like, a doctor? This is disgusting. When they had that lawsuit where they had to pay billions? Yes, pay billions. Actually, they should have shut down the whole cigarette industry, personally. 6955, here comes the music. Not a fantastic signal. Let's check it out. It's in AM mode. It's not strong. For me, it's very weak. It's an AM mode. It's not even upper sideband. It's an AM. Did you check AM, Brian Leisner?
I was using typical English spelling of that Polish name. So the name is stamped on the rear of the chassis, Michael J. Zomba, Z-O-N.
Keegan, I think that's how ABC newscaster Peter Jennings dies in 2005. Jasmine yells, life expectancy must be kind of low. Cigarette smoke, leaded gas, lead in paint, asbestos, unhealthy foods. We went through all of it. We're hoping for the best, Jasmine. Look, my dad went through all of that, smoked, and he died at 90. He died at two years ago at 90. So we're 2 years ago was 2024. So at 94. Still, so red woolly beer consumption counteracts as the smoke. Not sure. That also, I know that drinking alcohol is not recommended. But
Thanks for that update. If anybody else has done that upgrade, let us know. Did it work for you? Did it not work for you?
Skidology, I think it's the same here too. That you can't smoke in the car with other people. Yeah, it's a law now. Old radios are still around when folks smoked, but more about lead and asbestos was out loud. Yeah, out loud. Yeah. Pretty true. I used to smoke myself, but I always agreed that smoking has no place in a car. It just stinks. Yeah. But not everybody's like that. There's people that just don't care about others. If you want to smoke, it's your problem. It's, I am okay with it, but don't. The only thing that I would always ask is just don't annoy others with it. Do it somewhere where you're doing it alone. And, when you're with people, well, I will always remember when me and my brother, we sit down at the table in the kitchen to eat. And my dad took a smoke. And me and my brother looked at my dad and said, Dad, it's disgusting that you smoke while we're eating. His answer, imagine all the colorful bad words that you can imagine, mixed in with you're not going to tell me how to live my life. That's what came out of his mouth. We never dared mention it again. We never dared talk about it. We just understand that we just shut up. That's the way it is. And that was really intense. I remember that moment. It was really intense. And I was maybe 14. My brother was, 14, yeah. My brother was, he's 9 years older, so he was like 23. And I was like, okay, we're never going to talk about it again. If we want to have our own dinner without smoke, let's go eat outside. And we actually would do that. Sometimes my father would be mad because we would take our plates and go outside on the balcony and eat outside. And it was like, what are they doing? It's like, yeah, I don't want you freaking smoke in my face. Yeah. At least there we're eating without any interference. Old radios never found an interest in smoking. And yeah. I was friends at, I could have gone that route. I was friends with a guy on the corner of my street. Me and a guy called Benoit we were really, really tight friends. Throughout primary school, we would always go. He would wait for me. Actually, the story is I was a much bigger guy than he was, so he was scared of being beat up. So he would always wait for me to get there, and he would follow me because he knew that nobody would, no other kid would beat him up while he was with me. And same thing, when we'd come back, he would wait for me in a specific place and then join me because he was scared of being beat up because he was really small. And even as an adult, he was not very tall, So I think we became friends just because of that, because you found somebody that's like, okay, he's the big guy, so I'm safe, And so he turned kind of not bad, but he turned when I went to high school. We kind of separate our lives just went different ways though, because he started smoking. He started doing things that were kind of, no, I'm not there, And I remember I did take a puff of cigarette and probably gasped and almost threw up for, when I did it. And I was like, okay, I think this is where our paths are just going apart. We're not in the same place anymore. The stuff my dad smoked in secret for years, and none of the kids knew until we were grown. David, yep, switching power supply is smaller and lighter, so it's definitely quite a bit more portable. Has a noise offset potentiometer, so I can use it in case I get QRM from it on a frequency I might be on. So it's kind of cool, for that at least. It's a good compensation. But here, both of them, I get no noise. I never used the noise offset because I never got noise. Keegan says, my late dad quit cigarette smoke after throwing out a pack out in car window in the rain sometime in the 70s while still living in his home state of Wisconsin. Stooges. 0-100. I've noticed ashtrays have disappeared from car center consoles. Yeah, now they're just there to put your glass of whatever you're drinking. Your coffee, your whatever. Hey, who remembers going to a McDonald's and there were ashtrays in the middle of the table in the McDonald's? Oh, man. Oh, Brian Leisner, yeah. That was one that I've seen. More doctors smoke Camel cigarettes. Yeah, I remember that. The H1AO, people still smoking in the forest, and we see the results. Free to choose, but no one smoked 25 cigars a day. That's the difference, absolutely. Cigars are the occasional thing that you have, and that is true. You don't smoke 25 cigars a day. You smoke one, you don't maybe not even smoke all of it. You smoke part of it, you're okay. You might continue the same cigar the next day or another day, because that's the way it is, you know. But definitely that exactly is the case. We didn't smoke 25 cigars. Because I gotta say, if something would have attracted me to smoking, I liked when I was young, I was like my uncles. I was like, man, your cigar smells so good. There was that odor was attracting me, actually. A cigar would have been what have made me smoke something if I had to. I never did, but you know. Oh God, it's pirate time. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you on board. You've come a long way, baby, and remember a certain ad like that about cigarettes. Yeah. Radio, Raising the Dead. Nice to have you on board from India. I'm Arabia. Nice to have you here. Scalology 6955. Pretty weak outside using my D109WB. Right, Leesner. Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes we stay in upper sideband or in sideband, and we don't notice that actually the signal is AM. It's actually much stronger now. It's actually much better now on AM mode. Yeah, Keegan, the X are the Cuban cigars. MDK2 radio genetics has a great deal to do with longevity. Yeah, it's a mix of both genetics and the way you take care of yourself. My dad didn't take care of himself, drank a lot, smoked a lot, and he lived to 94. So there's a mix of all of that. Jasmine says, my generation doesn't really drink much alcohol. No, and actually we have statistics here. There was a couple of months back, the liquor stores are controlled by the provincial government. And they were saying that the sales are down because the young generation doesn't actually drink as much as like my generation. So the sales of alcohol is actually going down, which is okay, honestly. Nope, it's blocked in the US, I know. Cuban cigars. Illegal. Keegan says, I really drink alcohol. The smell repels me. Same with beer. That's all right. I know a lot of people that don't drink.
The VOSR International broadcast, and he also has a video there posted of a eaten elite.
Free to choose. Brian Leesner has an occasional Irish whiskey. You know, occasional, that's the thing. It's like, if it's not a regular habit, it's okay. You know, I come from a generation, my dad would drink, my dad would have his six-pack of beer every night. Every night. That was the thing, which was always scary for me, because that's when he would, you know, alcohol made him completely crazy. So it was like every time he'd bring out that six-pack, I was like, all right, is that the night he's going to just blow a fuse and be freaking crazy? And yeah, it happened from time to time. You know, I'm not like that, and I'm happy. My mom was alcoholic. My mom had liver cirrhosis at 50. She ended up in the hospital for 3 months. And they did some new operation back then. I guess we were 1985. I was in high school. And that I still remember. I still remember the night when me and my brother, when she had that operation, we stayed at a hospital. I had school in the morning. I
external wire
stayed with my brother, and the doctor said the operation was successful. But I have to say,
best wishes to you.
I don't think we have more than 10% chances of your mom
England, UK.
living.
And then also,
And I remember going home
posted, picking up
that night. It was like 5 a.m. in a taxi,
popular show.
and just thinking, wow, my mom's gonna die. I'm gonna lose my mom at the age of 16. It was just haunting my mind. And actually, there was a, you know, when we say there are great teachers out there in school, my math teacher, I was always a 90 plus grade guy. I was like, for those of you that are not in the numbers, I was always in the A or A plus in math. And I went down to like C in the space of a couple of weeks. And she called me up and said, "Can I talk to you?" And she said, "Is there something wrong? Because what I see there with the grades is not you. Is there something wrong?" And I just was in my little world. I didn't want to, you know, I wasn't, I had a big problem. I still have, but less. But I had a big problem with just telling everybody how I felt and what happens in my life. So back then I was just shut down. And I was like, no, everything's fine. And she didn't ask any other question. I'm sure she probably said, something's wrong with this guy. But I just didn't cave in. I just didn't. It's like, no, everything's fine. She probably noticed, like, I don't have anyone ask me about what's happening in my life. But today, with all the years, the thing I have to say, that is a freaking great teacher. She took the time to take me out and ask me a question because she knew this isn't normal for me. And is there something happening? So that is, you know, that is a great teacher. Somebody that does that, takes the time to meet up with, or, you know, with the kids that she's teaching, just because she notices there's a change and it's not normal that it's like that. Brian Leesner, are 2 or 3 Irish whiskeys? It's like me, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 beers, you know. Frano, watch any good movies lately? I haven't been to movie theater or anything, and I don't have a lot of time, so I haven't watched a lot of stuff in movies, honestly. So I don't think I've heard any pirate preachers. I think I heard once, but I'm not sure. Brandon Leesner, 6955 does sound much better than AM. I guess it is not mixed. No, mix is always an upper sideband.
It is still in the testing phase, but for right now, it's probably going to be
free to choose eating outside, provided there's no smoke. Yeah, well, in the 80s there weren't. It was not like today. I mean, in the 80s, I don't remember wildfire smoke at all. 6955 is sometimes WDOJ. Yeah, that could be. Hey, Bert, WM7 Elbrew. Nice to have you on board. Finished attending a wedding reception. Haha. That is good. Yeah, I think I heard SSTV. I think he sent Slow Scan TV. I heard the tones. All the ways I resisted getting a smartphone until 2015 because I was afraid I would be addicted. And guess what? I'm addicted. Big Bad John, nice to have you on board. Ever find other frequencies pirates hang on out? Most of them are 6850 to 7000, but sometimes they're in the lower parts of 5000, 4000 kilohertz, even 3000 kilohertz. Depends on propagation. But there's kind of a agreement that most pirates actually try to stay in the same ranges. What I miss, there used to be back in the 90s, long distance pirates. I'm going to call them like that. One was Radio Piranha International. That guy would travel and broadcast from whatever country he was on. And I got one QSL here from when he was broadcasting out of Venezuela back in like 1995. And he was super strong. I remember the signal was great. That's the kind of thing I miss. Anyone doing something like that.
The recording is a snippet of the mailbag section from August 2nd. And so he does have a video here, and he's using a Hitachi portable radio. You can go there and check it out. He also has in his post earlier quite a bit of RFI, so I unplugged the lamp, the phone charger, and turned off the light. Not quite sure how to report the signal strength or the quality, but feel free to listen to the video clip and comment below. Really nice.
Well, we used to smoke everywhere, Tosin Love. We used to smoke everywhere.
And we had Mom Said I'm a Bad Boy posted under my reminder. I usually post.
Dakota says, in the past few days, been hearing anywhere between 2 and 4 a.m. stations and the pirate bands. Yeah, there's always a few. Big Bad John, I have tobacco plant growing in my yard now. I don't even smoke anymore. Ashtrays and airplanes, yeah, Bert. Absolutely, absolutely.
Then the next post here, I got better results by switching to my AirSpy HF Plus Discovery and the K480.
So David has made some modifications with a 1 meter hula hoop, and
then lastly, I want to thank Master Player.
So it's Mara Solly. I got Slow Scan TV.
And he was getting it at a plus 15 in Louisiana over there. And I want to thank him for always posting and letting me know how the drop.
Pretty true. My grandfather used to smoke the pipe. I love the smell. Yeah, that also. Hey, Bobby, you just got mentioned, Bobby Burgess. You just got mentioned on Voice of Shortwave Radio here. Warrior, nice to have you here. Bonjour. Big Bad John, I like kratom over alcohol. Big Bad John quit alcohol 9 years ago. DJ Craze never had a drink. Perfect. It's all right. MDK2 Radio, enjoying a lemon drop martini. So cheers. Shortwave Dan has a Youngling light lager. Old Radios, my Jen is famous for APAs and craft beer snobs. Toslo dislikes alcohol. That's fine. MDK2, yeah. Well, that's life. We all have all sorts of things that happen to us. You know, I still remember. Actually, I have a song related to this. So if you guys ever heard Starship, there's a song called Sarah. If that song plays anywhere, even today, I will be instantly transported to the night. The doctor said my mom would have only 10% chance of living, and that it was an experimental operation. It was that or she was dead for sure. And I got into the taxi with my brother at 5 a.m. And the taxi, the radio was on. And Sarah from Starship started playing. That song is forever wired in my brain with the emotions and what I felt with what I was living through. And it's so intense that even today, if I hear that song, I will be transported back to 1985. I'll tell you even the month, February of 1985, when all of that happened. Man, it was something. SWL Dan, cheers to all the great teachers out there. Absolutely. That was a great teacher. She cared for the kids that she was teaching to. She saw that something was wrong. She tried to reach out to me. I just wasn't capable of talking about it. I think if I would just open my mouth and talked about it for 2 seconds, she would not have understood. I would have just blurted something and started crying like crazy. I just wanted when I remember that day, and I just wanted to get out. It's like, don't ask me anything. Leave me alone. I was really in the leave me alone. Don't ask questions. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. So it was like, so you know.
If I didn't live in a condo, I would definitely have more radios and more of the larger radios.
I think I didn't listen close enough to 6955 to you. Your preachers with me, okay. Bobby Burgess says, yeah, I did listen to that on 5850 last night. Yeah.
Some college series of radios also. Which are, again, some really nice radios. Amazingly,
6930 was very strong here. DJ Craze.
They go right along and can go head to head with a lot of the newer radios.
David says that's how every teacher should be, Joe. Add some like those myself too. Helped a great deal to stay afloat whenever I came across a subject I had more difficulties on. Yep. Yep. Reminds me of college. Even though my language, my official language when I was born was French, I've never been very good, and I have some like some kind of attention problem. Back in the day, was not, people would not look at that. Now I know when I would read a story that is not interesting, my brain would shut down and it wouldn't register. And I was in literature in college. We had to read stories and then do an exam that would ask question about the story. And because the stories were boring, it wouldn't register in my brain. I couldn't. I just couldn't. I had read the stories. It just didn't go in. So I was flunking that literature course back in the day. And when I got to the end of the class, the teacher came up to me and said, okay, you don't have the grades to pass. I would like you, if you want, to come in on a Saturday in my office and do another reading and exam to see if we can have you pass. And I said, okay, I'll be there Saturday. And she asked another guy, there was another guy in the class that I saw her go through and say the same thing. So we were supposed to be 2 guys in her class on a Saturday. When I got there, I was alone. So I passed. I read. I did the exam. I knew I wasn't better. I knew I was, I was like, I'm flunking literature. When I got my notes, I had the passing grade. The next session at college, I met up with the guy that he also was supposed to be there, and he didn't go. And he said, did she flunk you? I said, she didn't flunk me. I said, you should have gone to that Saturday class. You should have gone to her office like I did. Because what she did was, I'm sure I wasn't better. What she did is, he made an effort. He came in on Saturday. I'm going to let it pass the class. And I said, that's what you missed. You didn't come. So she said, the hell with it. He's not deserving. And it was like, really? I said, yep, that's what happened. I'm pretty sure. If you would have been there that Saturday, you would have passed like me. Oh, man. Things that we have. DJ Cray says in the HF Underground SSTV, there's the SSTV picture posted by Danger Kitty. Bert, my late dad used to also smoke a pipe. The tobacco and did smell nice. He eventually switched to cigs and later to vapes. Yeah. To also note, my SSTV decoder doesn't auto mode very well, so I always miss big chunk of something. Bert says he would quit for a while and take it up again. Yeah, that a lot of people were in there. Kenneth says, remember my English teacher coming to my dad's funeral during my senior year. Wow. Big Bye John, I love that song. I'm sorry it brings up such difficult memories. And you know, the subject of the song is also, it's like it's a sad song. He's breaking up with, you know, his girlfriend in that song. And for me, it's like I'm breaking up with my mom. So I take the words as if, you know, it's my mom rather than the girlfriend. XM Vibes, nice to have you on board, says some songs are like that. Yep. Yep. Some more SSTV here. He's sending a lot of pictures. Brian Leesner, Hearings 5505, USB Volmit. That is Shannon in Ireland. I caught that a few weeks ago and saved the frequency, probably Ireland. Yep. It's the Shannon Vomit in Ireland. Take care, WH1AO. Always nice to have you on board from Northern Germany. Some Vibes 73 is CB Talk. Well, amateur radio also. Brian Leesner, Gander. I'm having a tough time copying. Yeah, it's Shannon in Ireland. Scatology, yep. You know, life is like that. There's a lot of things that go through your mind, and you know, I remember when that happened, people would ask me questions how my mom was, and I was like, I wanted people to just go away and leave me alone. I didn't want to deal with having to, you know, ask my dad or ask somebody else. I was really kind of really blocked and introverted. Randomly, I use the Shortwave schedules app, pretty decent. Don't know if there is an Apple version. There is no Apple version of Shortwave schedules app, but there is a Shortwave schedule type app from Black Cat Systems for Apple that I know works fine. Just a reminder to see if you can catch Radio Romania on 11620. So that should be coming in good, usually. 11620.
Was the city of Constanța on the Black
Very good.
Coast, where over 3,500 Romanian and foreign servicemen participated in the military ceremony.
Take care, Tristan. Always nice to have you here.
Led by Romania's naval forces. The events were attended by more than 50 ships and vessels, armored amphibious transporters, and artillery pieces belonging to the Navy forces, Coast Guards, the Romanian Agency of Saving Human Lives at Sea, the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations, and Romania's Air Club.
Oh yeah, Kenneth.
Allies, 2 Spanish F-14
you know, we put the words of what we are living through,
NATO's strengthened air policing missions, and
depending on the song, and it becomes our song. The Wind, nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. Scatology 13264, strongest frequency for the Shannon involvement for me. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let's see how good it is. It is very good tonight. 13264 is very good tonight. Definitely very good tonight on the Shannon Vomit on 13264. And of course, a very strong signal from Romania in English, 11620.
And that obliges us. Romania's acting defense minister says during the ceremonies in Constanța, it obliges us, Radu Miluță says, because peace is not keeping by hoping that others do not attack us. Peace is kept by equipping ourselves and making others realize that if they attack us, there will be a heavy price to pay.
Tosino getting 25 megahertz good in Denver. DJ Craze, third SSTV is up on Danger Kitty's bust. Let's just say it's quite large.
Workers, all our partners with whom we cooperate for the security of our eastern border and in the Black Sea.
Zero UT, anybody? Any other pirate?
The Labor Ministry submitted to the Presidential Administration a series of fresh amendments to the public sector wage law. President Shortwave has asked for these amendments ahead of a new meeting with the political leaders with a view to reaching an agreement on endorsing and promulgating the law by August the 31st.
No other, I don't hear any other pirates right now. At zero UT.
The present version has been significantly improved in two areas.
Often zero UT is something particular, but nothing right now. Kenneth says Shannon coming in 433 in Tucson, Arizona, 13264. So pretty cool. So hey guys, it's been 4 hours. I will be taking it easy for the rest of the night. I have a few things to do, editing the International Radio Report. And for those that are CIDX members, tomorrow is the CIDX Zoom meeting. And we are going to be, I'll be live from the CIDX headquarters on the South Shore in Greenfield Park with Sheldon and Gilles Michaud. And so we're going to be a little barbecue, live Zoom from there, and it's going to be great. So we'll be outside. If there's no rain or anything, we'll be outside on the deck and be having a nice little barbecue and a Zoom meeting that will be kind of fun to be a little different than usual. So V6JY, I have the ICOM 8055A power supply for 8500. It is large and heavy, so not a switcher. Yeah, you got the one because there were two versions that were made. There was when they started the ICOM ICR 8500 radio, they had a big heavy power supply, which was coming with the radio. I bought the last revisions of the ICOM, and they came with a very light, small. They would still call it the 8055, but I believe they dropped the A. It was just an 8055. And that was a switching power supply that would buzz like crazy everywhere. The worst piece of crap that I could see coming out of a radio of that price range. I was literally not very happy when I got that. I wrote ICOM and they said, we don't have any complaints. Yeah, you must have complaints. I'm sorry, it's a piece of crap power supply, switching power supply. Come on. And so I always powered my ICOM with other power supplies because of that. But there were two versions of it. One, the first, I don't know how long they actually had the power supply, the linear power supply. But the last revision, the last few years when the R8500 was still sold, it was that switching crap power supply. It was a piece of crap, I can tell you that. Man, was it bad. So at least you got the good one. So take care, everybody. Stay safe. Always nice to have you on board. And see you soon. And for those on the CIDX, hope to see you tomorrow on the Zoom. Bye, everyone.